Test. Hello, test 1, 2. Test. Hello, test.
Do you know what? This half of the screen's not. She's gone. It's not in focus. I think we should bring it forward because look where the projector. Look, we've got this side. If anyone wants to read this, they
Can
can't.
you tell her?
Who is it? Okay. Hi. Morning, everyone. Is that working, everyone? Yeah, it is. Okay, brilliant. A bit closer. Okay, good. Good. Wow. Very good morning, everyone. My name's Leon Wainwright. I'm one of the curators of the exhibition, which is just through there, together with Rebecca Yeoh, who's here to my right. We're, I don't know, flattered, amazed, really grateful that you were able to come along this morning. We didn't expect such a wonderful turnout, so this is hugely gratifying for us. We're hoping to have a really good discussion today about the themes around the exhibition, Reframe Resist, and to have quite a lot of audience participation. I'm going to hand over to Rebecca in a moment, who'll tell you a bit more about the practicalities of today, what she's called housekeeping matters. You'll see that we're sort of live streaming the event, and that obviously I'm using a mic, which anyone who speaks from the floor would also need to use. We had a really packed day yesterday with the launch of the exhibition. I recognize some faces here, people who were able to come yesterday. I'm glad you were. For those who weren't, we opened around midday with short presentations by a number of the artists involved. There are 6 artists in all, 5 artist projects. They were artists selected through an open call that Rebecca and I organized, and they were judged by an evaluation panel, a number of individuals who came together and helped us with the selection of artists. And we've essentially been running this project for about the past 9 months, would you say, Rebecca? 9 or 10 months. And it's not over with the exhibition, and I'll say a little bit more about that later on. There's a book publication that will emerge from the project at the end. We're very grateful to you all for coming, and we're very grateful to our speakers today. A number of brilliant speakers today who've come together. And so I'm just going to hand over to Rebecca, who's going to speak more about the practicalities. The sessions themselves will be convened, mediated, and I'm grateful to colleagues for coming together to do that for us too. And each speaker will speak for about 15 to 20 minutes, it seems. And the aim really is to try and leave as much time as we can for questions and discussion with the audience. So I hope you enjoyed today. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you again for being here. Just a few technicalities for today. We are live streaming the event, so if you would like to ask a question during Q&A, please make sure you use the microphone. Feel free to roam around. The cafe is also open. Feel free to order coffee if you need to. And food is going to be there all day, and there'll be lunch served also, so please do stay for lunch. And during the breaks, you can also please take a look at the exhibition. I would also like to remind everybody that this is supposed to be a safe space where we can talk about decolonization. I understand that sometimes conversations can get a little bit intense. I hope that everyone continues that room of respect for everybody so that this is a safe space continuously. There will be a link. If you have friends who are not able to attend, please feel free to ask myself or anyone from the organizing committee so that we can send you the link and your friends will be able to watch them online. Yeah, each session will be about 15 minutes. Each speaker will take about 15 to 20 minutes. Each session will be an hour long. So we will try to leave more space for Q&A, so please feel free to ask your questions. Thank you very much. And without further ado, I will pass the time to our moderator, Yunus, who's going to be moderating for the first session.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to first session on decolonization and art education. My name is Yunus. I'm a PhD student at University of Malaya. And firstly, I want to introduce our distinguished speakers, both of whom brings remarkable expertise and perspectives in this topic. And our first speaker, Sarena Abdullah, is Associate Professor of Art History at School of the Arts, University of Science, Malaysia. And she has also written extensively on Malaysian art on various academic journals and platforms. Our second speaker is Dr. Kate McMillan, is an Australian-British artist and reader in Creative Perspective and head of Department for Culture, Media and Creative Industries at King's College London. Her site Responsive Practice and Research engage with histories connected to colonial violence and women's knowledge. Also, she publishes qualitative and quantitative research on gender inequality in the visual arts. And each speaker has just 15 minutes, and I would like to invite the first speaker, Dr. Sarena Abdullah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everybody who are, who are, spending their early Sunday morning here in this space. Okay, Prof. Wainwright, Prof. Farid, Prof. Suzy, who's here. Probably, we do the Malaysian conventional way, the honoraries and stuff like that. Okay, but eventually, thank you and to Rebecca for organizing this event and for calling us early in the morning for the seminar. So I'm very happy to see all of you here. So I will start off, okay, but I just want to make a note. I'm Prof. Kate as well to notify the dignitaries of the day, I would say. All right, okay. Realizing that this is in Malaysia, because I give my talk sometimes in overseas, I don't really have to do that, Okay, so of course, the title of the day and the exhibition as well lingers around the term decolonization, and actually I was quite new to the term. it sort of like come across to me since 2016 when I was first involved with the CAA Datin international program. So if you know my work, actually, like I'm a Malaysian art historian. I did a lot of works regarding Malaysian art history. So I got involved with this program at New York at that time. So there's a lot of big brouhaha within the art history community internationally to talk about decolonization within the context of art history. So, I would have to admit that it is an idea that I still grapple with, especially in regards to its implementation and approach in a very entrenched, colonized institution vis-a-vis the university, because I work at University of Science Malaysia, so it's an institution. There are ways of doing things that you cannot just do whatever you want, But, after a long time, so in July this year, I also presented in a conference entitled Decolonizing Southeast Asian Studies, organized by Chiang Mai University. So, I sort of like, okay, let's go back to discussion again, okay, so, and of course, like after like 2016, and I went to this particular conference on Southeast Asian Studies, the question of what forms can decolonization take, and in what ways can it be imagined, and also based on the various conversations that I had with fellow presenters. We have like PhD candidates here, early career researchers and stuff like that, and people like that. There was an indefinite agreement or hunch of how decolonization in Southeast Asian studies is, or how it should be. So basically, in the recent conference, we were also talking like, actually, when I was like listening to conversations, the younger scholars were also like not sure. They were not sort of like a formulation. I guess in a way it is a good thing, because it's sort of like not, in a way it is not formulated, So, like in the study of fine arts, and even in art history and other subjects like social science, the sciences, we are mostly the kind of knowledge that we, sort of like transmitting to students are situated within the context of university that reflected the, I quote, the false belief that Western knowledge is the sum total of all human knowledge. Like we sort of like go to university and we believe that everything being taught, this is very, European westernized knowledge that we are learning from, okay? And the question of decolonizing, especially in the context of university, or the transmission of knowledge making in higher education must be, quote unquote, seen in the context of, I quote, European knowledge may supplement but never replace other valid systems and traditions, meaning that, yeah, we in Southeast Asia, in Malaysia, Southeast Asia, or Asia in general, we have our own traditions and local knowledge and etc. But we have sort of like long ingrained that European knowledge are the sum of all knowledge, okay? But the context of decolonization of which should be thinking is that in the form of, I quote, European knowledge may supplement but never replace other valid systems and traditions. It can supplement but not exactly replace, okay? And yet, due to the long history of colonization and even neo-colonization, etc., local knowledge are seen as only supplementing the European valid systems and traditions, okay? We are just supplementing if there are any interests of the local knowledge, okay? So, in the end, we have to see, or we have to sort of like frame our thinking within, and I quote, I've been referring a book on, decolonizing of higher education, okay? Diversity and pluralism of knowledge systems that are vital for meeting many of the moral, social, and economic challenges of the times. And this is to avoid the frightening economic, educational, and cultural consequences of Europe's near total intellectual and educational monopoly over Asia, Africa, and Latin America, end quote, okay? Now, how does this sort of like framework or idea related to the context of studio practice, or at least in the teaching of studio practice in Malaysia? So, this is where sort of like trying to think about the decolonizing art education, maybe art practice, etc., okay? So in my own work, okay, there are sort of like three primary conduits of the ways knowledge in terms of visual arts came about. So first, like a very general, looking at the Malay manuscripts and newspaper illustrations, okay. Next, okay. As a form of foundational glimpse into emerging artistic expression. So we are very, in the Malay or region, okay, it's very oral history or oral forms of transmission of knowledge, but with the establishment or the early Malay manuscripts that has a little bit of illustrations, and later on with the prints, with newspaper illustration, so forms of visualization started to emerge, okay? And in the narration of Malaysian art history, we are also looking at some practice and dissemination of art that were catalyzed by self-taught artists. Okay. Next. Okay. Artists like Abdullah Arif, Low Kway Song, and also Low Kway Su. Okay, next. So, and also, of course, A.B. Ibrahim. So some of these early artists, they were self-trained. They learn and produce art on their own, okay? And only then, okay, next PowerPoint, please. Sort of like a more official form of transfer of knowledge, artistic knowledge, occurred through artists who hailed from China, who received their artistic education here and subsequently migrated to Malaya, enriching the local artistic landscape with their diverse influences. So, and this was followed by the establishment of Nanyang Academy of Fine Arts in Singapore. Of course, Singapore at the time was a part of Malaya, okay? But in the context of Malaysia, okay, next. It was not until the mid-20th century that art educations were more formalized, okay? From informal gatherings and amateurish art classes conducted by organizations like clubs, like Wednesday Art Group, to eventually the training of art teachers, okay, at Malayan Teachers Training College. So these are the early first official training of art teachers, and actually there were not that many, okay, okay, so both at Kirby, Liverpool, and also Brinsford Lodge, okay, and you can see like at the bottom right, illustration by Yeoh Jin Ling in Panduan. Panduan is the MTTC's annual magazine, okay? So there are a few names. Syed Ahmad Jabal also came to MTTC Brinsford Lodge to teach for 1 or 2 years. So that is where he produced his some of his Winter Wind series, okay? So, okay, so after MTTC, of course, it was closed down. Then next PowerPoint. Then besides NEFA, okay, and also the early training at MTTCs, okay, STTI, okay, STTI became the site where the arts were taught by lecturers teaching there at the time, okay. So, Specialist Teachers Training Institute, okay, so STTI stands for Specialist Teachers Training Institute. Now it's actually IPG in Cheras, but the location Cheras tu masih retain lah, masih ada, but it's just like conversion to a more like contemporary form of art education by KPM. So STTI's role are very important because this is where Peter Harris had started to develop art modules for Malayan teachers. He had taught briefly at STTI. If you were to read Malaysian art history, Peter Harris established Wednesday Art Group and taught some of the early artists, Malayan artists at the time, macam Syed Ahmad Jamal and all that lah. Okay, so STTI advocated an art picture gallery and art teaching component locally instead of the more costly ritual of sending batches of students to be trained in Britain, okay, end quote. So some of the early classes at STTI were physical education, art and carpentry, home science, wood and metal work, etc., etc. So STTI became the institute that advanced the capacity of teachers with certain specialist skills. So studio art and craft skills such as bookbinding, weaving, pottery and traditional crafts were introduced to align them with the classes at Kirby and Brinsford. So basically like the kind of syllabus at Kirby and Brinsford was sort of like adopted and used back at STTI, more or less, okay? So, Syed Ahmad Jamal, Reza Piadasa, and Anthony Lau were among the members of the teaching staff at the art department at STTI. And STTI later became the breeding of many artists or art educators such as Ahmad Khalid Yusof, Chu Teng Beng, Grace Selva Yanagam, Hashim Hassan, Ismail Hashim, etc., a few range of well-known artists today. So, only with that, okay, can we go to the next? The role of sort of like a professional form of art training, okay, was later taken over by teaching staff at School of Architecture, Design and Fine Arts, okay, at Mara Institute of Technology, that was founded in 1967. Okay, at first it was combined, okay, now we know it's FSSR, okay. When it was established, it was a merge architecture, design and fine arts, okay. So it offers a pre-dip and also a diploma course. Okay, among those who made notable contributions are Joseph Tan, Reza Piadasa, Chung Kam Kau, Selamat Isa, Ahmad Khalid Yusof, and also at the time there were two other private institutions as well, Malaysia Institute of Art and also Kuala Lumpur College of Art that was founded in Klang lah, MIA in Melawati. Okay, so now I think most sort of like popular artists in Malaysia, you know that comes from UiTM, right? So basically this foundation of this diploma program at ITM became a major program that produced renowned Malaysian artists. It was, at the time at the Petaling Garden, then before it moved to Section 17, it has 3 full-time lecturers to part-time lecturers, etc., etc. Then only after that, where I come from, okay, the program that we have right now is Sastra Seni Halus, okay. So in early 1972, the School of Culture and Humanities, and was later renamed to School of Humanities, offers, English, Malay language studies, geography, literature, blah, 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 until fine arts and communication. So then later only we sort of like established its own school in 1999, which is now known as SOTA, okay? Okay, but of course I'm not going to speak about in detail, but I think in a way, if you look at art education, we have to see the artists or in the context of the development of these programs to be sort of somewhat aligned to the 3 phases of art education in the UK at that time. The 50s and early 60s, the local authority era or local certificates, giving local certificates. And second, the 1965 to 1992 under the Polytechnic era, okay, in which there is this being organized under the Council of National Academic Awards. And finally, it's post-1992, which is the university era, okay? Because, why do I say that? Because some of these artists or art teachers attain this, their qualification or certification through this program, okay? For example, the National Diploma in Design, Lee Ju-fo, okay, had that National Diploma in Design. Sulaiman Esa and also Reza Piadasa, how they are very influential, okay, in that sense. They obtained their Diploma in Art and Design, so DAD program under Hornsey College of Arts, okay. So the change from NDD to DAD was important as observed by Sulaiman Esa. The emphasis of the National Diploma in Design, and I quote, was on personal development and self-actualization, but the DAD emphasized the Bauhaus system, which focuses on art as a formal language, okay? So thus ITM's academic staff developed the basic design course after the Bauhaus model as well. If you were to look at, there's a pre-dip, there's a foundation first year, then only you start to major in the area that you're going into. So the school at the time offered a 1-year foundation before the students were later required to major in 3-dimensional design, fine arts, graphic, textile, and also fashion design, okay? So eventually this approach was more or less taken by other colleges and universities as well, and maybe in a way the standard of the MQA today. Okay, so Sababati observes the state of art education introduced to Malaya were divided into 2 camps. One camp was taken by proponents of the fine arts approach, which extolled the aesthetic values of art and the individuated status of the artist, okay, as embodied by the Royal Academy. And the second camp was those who advocated the applied arts and insisted on the functional role of art, okay? So now, why do this sort of like long history that I'm coming into, that I'm like sharing with you today? Okay, now, why do we need to understand the context of art education in Malaysia? Although these institutions were established after independence, the British left us with their forms of knowledge and institutions, schools, colleges, universities, okay? The fact is that we were often too afraid to change what we had been given, okay? I would say that even it's true even until today, okay? But it must be noted that there are events that encourages the rethinking of art. So I'm saying that, okay, it's not just a given that the artists have no agency, okay? But with the subsequent, the 13th May, the policies, the national economic policy, national cultural policy, and Islamization policy, however, we see the impact, either direct or indirect. Okay, the turnaround of artists such as Syed Jamal and Sulaiman Issa, that were marked by exhibitions such Rupa and Jiwa, okay, and also Ke Arah Tauhid had sort of like signal this shift of rethinking, okay? This rethinking, okay? Of course, there's also a subsequent seminar that was organized in 1979, okay? So subsequently, throughout, next. Oh, yeah. Right, yeah, go. Okay. All right. So subsequently, there were sort of like highlights or maybe the revisiting or re-emphasize of sort of like Malay Islamic, you know, through exhibitions, okay? So we can see some covers of the exhibition cover, okay? And this happened like until like mid-1990s and even until today. Okay, next. Okay, right. So, and I see how Sulaiman was the one who sort of like pointed out how the introduction of modern art in Malaysia had inevitably led to the introduction of the underlying philosophy, attitude, and rationale that was secularly based and materialistic in nature, as well as anti-religious and anti-spiritual. So he argued that modern values introduced by modern art contradicted with the values of traditional Malay society. So, because I'm an historian, so I read some of the all of these old catalogs. See? So then I was thinking, oh, like actually, like Sulaiman he tried to push for a rethinking of art making in Malaysia. Okay, so and he also highlight like the British, by marginalizing the political and economic hegemony of the Malay sultans, had severed the Malay craftsmen from their economic source through royal patronage. So meaning that long time ago, Malay craftsmen got patronage, but then due to British taking over, you know, etc., they were already like sort of like doesn't patron or you know only like patron a little bit, only give a little bit of commission to this crafts making. Okay, so and of course the creation of plural society. Okay, and also the traditional. Eventually, the traditional religious education was replaced with humanistic and also secular education by the British. So that resulted in the displacement of spiritually based traditional art. Okay, so as part of this realization of consciousness, works Malay Islamic and Malay Islamic centric began to be promoted or highlighted. Okay, but if you were to look at this idea of decolonization thinking, we need to also look at the history of Malaysian art, and also like the fact that the British colonials, along with the inadvertently the British colonials could be seen as pioneers in so-called, with the Chinese artists and all that, could be seen as advancing this idea of modern art. And this modern art or semi-modern, as a modern invention, inadvertently include a demarcation of arts and crafts. So when you introduce the idea of modern art, so inevitably the arts and crafts sort of gets marginalized or being like sidetracked, okay? So, and the discourse, this discourse, modern art versus arts and crafts, are not only, does not only happen in Malaysia, it's actually, it already happened in Europe at that time, okay, with the, modern art coming in Europe as well, okay. So, of course, now, how do we decolonize, right? Okay. And also subsequently the developmentalism agenda, under Mahathir and all that, have always prioritized the training of technocrats, mostly those in sciences, business, engineering or STEM field. There is not much emphasis on arts, music and culture. If you were to look at the context of religious education, either public or private today, the introduction and even sustaining of Malay cultural arts or traditional art can also be seen as partly responsible for the displacement or erasure of spirituality in the the erasure of spirituality in the spirituality-based traditional art in Malaysia. Like sekolah agama pun tak ada ajar lah. Sedang cerita tak ada ajar. Mengukir ke apa tak ada. Right? So that is sort of like being reduced to IKN, Institute Kraft Tangan Malaysia at diploma level. Okay? So, okay, so these are like maybe my sort of long history delineation, okay? Now the challenge is that, okay, it's the context of university in which these programs were born, okay, as a form of a part of the modern European institution pedagogical approach, okay? And also the challenge today is that we are in the state of globalization, marketization, also commercialization of higher education in Malaysia, okay? So now, okay, so I see this, okay, how do we uplift sort of the craft tradition in the context of intellectual context? You are talking about crafts as the medium, okay? So how do we empower craftsmaker with innovation, ideas and intellectuality? That craft making can be intellectual output, okay? So, do we sort of like, adopt craft and put it in our module, in our program, or do we give it like a, a degree? Okay, no more diploma. Diploma is just you follow, right? But degree, you have like more thinking, more critical approach at, university and all that. Okay, so, okay, next.
Sorry, interrupted you, just last 1 minute.
Oh yes, okay, next. So, okay, but you see, NCA in Lahore has done this, okay? There is a degree in, miniature painting, okay? A degree in miniature. So miniature painting is also a very traditional form of painting pertaining to the South Asia, India, Pakistan and all that. So they offer a degree, okay? So I was thinking like, maybe you should offer a batik degree, rather than a batik diploma, that kind of thing. And if you were to look at the next slide, so if, of course, we are looking at Ilan's mat, okay? The Tikar, project, she works with Dusun and Murut weavers from Keningau. She sort of like conceptualizes the tikar in form and concept, and see tikar as a medium for thinking about art. But then, of course, Ilan, she comes from a fine arts background, right? She's not one. She conceptualizes. She gets the community to work with her, and of course, she also like brings the community out with her when she had the exhibition and all that, so that it sort of empowered the community as well. And smaller forms of the mats were sold along with the major works that she exhibited. Okay, so if we are looking at collaborative, community-based, then come next. Okay, some of the Kak Rosia that she worked with and the community. Okay, next. So, and also like the recent Lumbung idea, okay, like from Indonesia, and they call it, they curated documenta. Okay, so my question is that how do sort of like put this in our curriculum? How should we like rethink this? And also like how we have a lot of collaborative projects, okay, that we work, and these are not being taught in the university. We only teach them how to produce art and work within the gallery and all that. We never teach them you could do this beyond. Okay, next. And also my recent visit to Pertanian Spain, then they were saying they have this kenduri, and Cik La was explaining to me like the idea of kenduri. Then I was like, oh yeah, kenduri. Kenduri is like a big festival in the Malay community. Kita ada kenduri. Then he said like, if we use the term kenduri, then people in the village will come because we see it's a kenduri. It's not an arts festival. So then I was like, oh yeah, like the term actually changes the momentum of the reception of art, okay? So I think that there are ways in which we should be thinking in Southeast Asia, that there are ways that we work that have never we like think about how to like bring it back in terms of our education. Okay, right, yeah, and also the last PowerPoint, also like within these Mekong hubs, there are also sort of like a small group that learn from each other, and Mekong Cultural Hub, okay, they are basically, trying to connect artists and also cultural practitioners more systematically. But of course, there is the Mekong region, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Taiwan, Thailand, and Vietnam. So I was just thinking like maybe we sort of like can or have to sort of like negate this and sort of like work this within our curriculum and see, how we can actually leverage on our regional sources as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarena Abdullah, for historical journey of art education in Malaysia. Now, and I would like to invite our second speakers, Dr. Kate McMillan. Microphone is yours, Doctor. Thank you.
Speaker. Do you want to bring up my slides? Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Sarena. It was so amazing and so interesting. And, thank you everyone to being here on a Sunday morning. I'm seriously impressed that anyone has, arrived and gotten here and is happy to listen to all of us. This is this one here. So I'm going to sort of just really talk you through, and I guess it builds really beautifully on some of the ideas that Sarena was talking about in terms of how do we decolonise practice and how do we, operate through these kind of heritages and these historical legacies. So I'm a visual artist. If you just go to the first slide. So as I was introduced, I'm a reader in creative practice at King's College London. So as you can probably ascertain from my voice, I'm not English. So I have this very complicated history because in fact I was born in Britain and I moved to Australia when I was 7. And that kind of unsettling that happened at that time has been incredibly formative. So this was my most recent monograph because I, as well as making art, I also write about it. And it really arises from that kind of formative experience of feeling out of place and of not feeling at home. So I grew up on the west coast of Australia looking out to this island that Aboriginal people call Wodjamuk, but white people called Rottnest Island. And it's a beautiful island. It sort of looks like a Greek island. I'd wake up and look out to it. We'd go on holidays there. It was this sort of incredibly beautiful place. And it wasn't until I was an adult and at university that I found out that in fact this had been a prison island for Aboriginal men and boys for 100 years. And all of the architecture that I had stayed in, that I had seen, that I'd walked around, had been built by these Aboriginal prisoners. And hundreds of these prisoners had died in the time that they were there from disease and malnutrition and all sorts of things, and they'd been buried in unmarked graves across the island. And so I found myself as a young adult in this kind of dual space of having this incredible connection to this island, but then also learning about this terrible history that had been systemically obliterated from my cultural education and from my knowledge of place. And this sort of, I guess, formative experience of my relationship with place shaped everything. It suddenly became clear to me that I couldn't trust anything or anywhere that I was standing, that I couldn't trust what I was learning, what I was being taught. And I guess this is where my practice as an artist operates from now. So as a white person growing up in Australia, how do I have a relationship with these histories? So as many of you probably know from, or not know, when the British invaded Australia, they conducted hundreds and hundreds of massacres to clear land for farming across all of Australia, well into the 20th century. And this is only now in the recent last 10 years being described as invasion wars. So this idea of minimisation, of kind of these epistemologies of ignorance where we're really taught to make these histories very, very small, has kind of informed the way I think, and as an educator, as an artist, as a writer. So this particular monograph explored the way that art practice in Australia, and less so through my own practice, but other artists that I was researching and interviewing and analysing their works and doing sort of textual analysis of their practices, thinking about the way that they resist these forms of forgetting. So I deliberately don't use the word remembering, because I'm actually arguing that these are histories that are being systemically minimised and made small, and that art as a kind of a mechanism of decolonisation can act as a kind of a memory trigger and a sort of a form of resistance. So, get in contact. I'll send you the PDF because it's really expensive. If you want to go to the next slide. So how do I bring practice? How do I bring my practice into the classroom? Because the title of this session is about decolonising education. So I guess I start with this idea, and I've written about it a little bit in this book chapter here, is I think about where I stand. So I think about my feet as ears. I think about how decolonisation is a verb, it's an action, it's not a theory, it's a practice of making art, it's a practice of educating. And also thinking about, from where do I speak? I feel very welcome and privileged to be here in Kuala Lumpur, but it's not from where I speak. This is, I'm a guest here, and this is not my knowledge, and in a way it's not for me to speak about these histories in this place, but certainly in England I can talk about the place that I speak from. So how do I operate in this hierarchical, very empirical institution like King's College London, in this city that is built from the enslavement of people and from the colonisation of most of the world. This mouldy little island with just 70 million people that has risen to these sort of, to be the sort of 7th largest GDP in the world is extraordinary. So it's really thinking about how do we use our practices to kind of interrogate where it is that we speak from. And so a lot of the projects that I've been working on recently kind of incorporate this idea, this thing of digging where you stand. So how do you look around? How do you look what's below and above you and around you? And how do you kind of use your practice as a sort of almost like a form of archaeology? And this is a still from a performance that I did called Never at Sea, which I've written about here, which was a kind of a collaborative work. So again, a little bit what Sarena was, and the amazing Ruang Prunga, who've been the kind of really influential in my thinking about how do we even just undo this idea of the kind of art, the singular artist genius, and how do we work in groups, and how do we listen to the people that we're working with, and how do we learn from them. So I often work with a composer, Kat Hope, and we worked with a group of Syrian women refugees, a choreographer, a percussionist, Louise Devanesh, who you can see here, a soprano, Marta Lemke-Kern, and the dance choreographer Sivan Rubenstein, and we worked in this sort of collaborative group for 2 years to explore women's stories of forced migration across the English Channel and across the world, and we presented it in this Christian church in the centre of London, and you know, this was around the time where there was this kind of heightened political response to refugees, and still is, and how we think about, well, you know, why is it that people are fleeing the countries that they're coming from? Where do these conflicts start? The impacts of climate change and colonialism and its role in climate change, and all of these sorts of really big issues. But how we can create space for deep and empathic thinking. I think one of the challenges of the modern world for me is that we're kind of constantly in the space of you know, image saturation and headlines and so on, and actually what art practice often can offer is this quiet, contemplative, reflective space for intellectual thought and empathy. And how do we use art practice as a space where that can happen, where we can come together and have these sort of deep and meaningful exchanges with one another. So if you want to go to the next slide. I'm just going to talk you briefly through my most recent project, which is very topical to this topic today, called The River's Stomach, Songs of Empire. And this was a Roman bath, a faux Roman bath that's literally underneath my office. Where, for those of you that know London, King's College London is right next to Somerset House, just adjacent to the River Thames, and from my office window I can actually look out and I can see the River Thames tide rise and fall. And quite often I've been walking past as I enter my office, and there was this little, so this is Surrey Street coming up from the Thames, and I could see this little laneway, and above here, you can't see it in this image there, it says the Roman Baths. And in fact, they weren't Roman at all. There was this guy from the 17th century who had bought one of these Georgian terraces and had found this cistern in his basement that had historically been used to water the gardens at Somerset Palace next door, and he turned it into a Roman bath and charged people to get in because he was obviously quite entrepreneurial. Anyway, so this bath ran for 50 years or so, and it closed down after an MP mysteriously died in it. Anyway, so it's closed up, you can't get in it, the National Trust look after it, but it's on King's Land, and I basically did an intervention into this space. So you heard the work before you saw the work. So as you walk up Surrey Street, you could hear the sound from the piece, which I'll play you in a minute, which was recorded with 2 sopranos in the bath, and then we manipulated it with the composer Kat that I work with, and we had speakers set up in the corridor, in the tunnel here, and it bled out onto the street. And in 5 weeks, we had something like 2,500 people through, and it was largely this sound that had kind of drawn people in. So I guess one of the thinking around decolonisation is how you deprivilege the visual, and you think about listening as a practice and a way to kind of you know, reshape our relationship with knowledge and think about what it is that we're hearing rather than what we're seeing, because we should be suspicious of what we're being shown, of what we're seeing. So if you go to the next slide, how am I going for time? Am I okay? I've got 5 minutes. Oh, okay. All right. So I was going to read you a story, but I won't. So this was inside the bath. So you can see it's really dilapidated. So people were having this incredibly immersive experience when they were entering the space that they'd never been in before, because it's not usually used by, you know, for anything, let alone art, but not really even to view. And so I was really interested in thinking about the River Thames as like an estuary of empire. So thinking about it like a stomach and giving it a body, and thinking about how all of the stories of women up along the Thames, whether it's convict women going to Australia, or whether it was the ARs coming from South Asia and becoming nannies for the you know, wealthy British Raj, and and all the kind of stories that are lost along the Thames. So thinking about, what stories get written into history and what stories don't, and how art can, I guess, help us retrieve some of those ways of thinking. And one of the mechanisms I think that art can do, along with the other things that I mentioned before, is this idea of stickiness, how we can actually create ideas and empathic environments that stick onto audiences, that we carry with us. And I think when we all think about memorable art that we've seen, there is a stickiness to it. There is a feeling that it's still in our mind, that it's somehow in our body. So in a way, our whole body becomes an ear as we move through it. So you can see in the water there's these ceramic eels, which are a kind of a reference to the European eels that move along the bottom of the Thames River, that in fact migrate to the Sargasso Sea, also known as the Bermuda Triangle, once in a lifetime. But they're these incredible animals that they have 5 different life sections of their life cycle, and they look entirely different. They can change gender throughout their life, so depending on how many males or females are around them. They will eat anything. They will even survive outside the water, and they will eat each other if there's no food around. So they became this sort of beautiful metaphor for colonialism, or the British Empire, that just keeps reinventing itself and manifesting and seeing opportunities arising and sort of swallowing up everything that's around it. The ship's bell in the corner is called the Lady of the Lake, which was a convict boat from 1829 that sailed to Australia with 127 female convicts and their children to be married off to British officers in the new colony. It's also the same year that King's College London was founded, and it was also the same year that the British invaded Western Australia and set up Wadjamup, the prison island that I grew up looking out to. So I was going to read you a story about how all these histories come together that I wrote, but I won't. You can go onto my website and find it. But I'm really interested in how you bring all these histories and stories together in different spaces. So I'm just going to jump to the next slide, and you're going to have to press play on the slide. And this is just a 1-minute trailer, but importantly, and hopefully the sound works, you'll be able to hear it. No, the sound's not working. That's okay. I should have checked this before. I can hear a little bit, we just need to turn that up. And maybe start it again. That's okay, don't be sorry. I really should have thought that through. Anyway, it's very quick trailer, but you can see essentially what I have done is I've recreated these kind of zombie sirens that come up from the Thames that haunt the local streets and then end up in the Roman baths. But you can hopefully hear a little bit of the sound. I don't know how. So I'll just conclude by saying that I bring these practices in my own work into the classroom. So I teach largely international students from all over the world, including from Malaysia. And one of the first things that we do in our classrooms is we think about home and where home is, and we tell stories from home, and we think about the stories that are quiet, the stories that aren't. What is it that you're not being taught? And what is it that you're being taught, and where is that emphasis? So it's about thinking about what I can bring out of my practice and into the classroom, and how we can kind of, I guess, use that as as a framework for decolonising that process of learning. And I also say, why is it that you've come from wherever you've come from to King's College London? I mean, even that choice to kind of come to this sort of, you know, alleged great British institution, you know, that there is kind of unconscious bias in that process as well. So I guess that's the starting point that I use in my teaching. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much, Kate McMillan. And we can go Q&A sessions, but unfortunately we have time limitations, therefore maybe we can take just 3 questions. Sorry, Prof. First Ruby and then Prof.
Hello, I have a question for each, Dr. Sarena and Dr. Kate. Dr. Sarena, you mentioned about the erasure, oh, yes, I was looking for you, the erasure of spirituality in spirituality-based education, and then you link it to, so I was wondering, in religious education, was art encouraged, and then when did it stop? Because as you mentioned, the seni uke, right, and the hot and all, of course, a lot of it is religious linked, and how have we as a society failed to encourage that? And for Dr. Kate, I love the listening part. I love this deprivileging visual. And then in the context of collaborating with women, how does listening and oral history work? And is there a certain inherent differences, especially when we talk about women as colonial subjects? So those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby, for asking the question. Oh, should we sit in front? Oh, okay, I'm all right. Anyway, yeah, that's a very good question, and I think like maybe I need more work to work on that point, to write more papers, perhaps. No, actually, I was working on a paper. One of the feedback I get from a reviewer was like that point to the, you know, sekolah agama, they're not teaching. I mean, and also, we have not done a proper research tracing how has it been taught before in religious education prior to independence, for example. There are I do not know, maybe Huda, have you like, you know, sort of like come across, I'm not sure. You know, but yes, like that's why my emphasis was either in the public or private, like that as being taught as part of the syllabus, that you have to sort of like sit for an exam, have to pass, you have to also like, and I think only HAT is being introduced, maybe sekolah agama petang and all that, HAT is being introduced, but because some of the program of art are also being introduced later as just a workshop to the students, you know, so it's not sort of like embedded in any of the sekolah agama curriculum. That's my general understanding lah. I mean, of course, we need more work on that. Okay, that's the question.
Thank you. Great question. I love talking about listening, which is slightly ironic. So, I mean, I guess in the classroom, I say to students, if you're talking, you're not learning, you know, because we only talk about things that we already know about, right? So actually also noticing people that are not talking, and then, you know, obviously all my North American students who talk a lot, and then, you know, so how we can also be self-reflective about, you know, who we're listening to, who's doing the talking, who's doing the knowledge sharing. And I think, you know, I've worked a lot with Indigenous communities in Australia in previous projects, and I think that also comes from a recognition that I'm sitting amongst people with 65,000 years of shared knowledge, you know, that has been passed down, not through the written word, but through song and dance and storytelling. And actually that comes from really listening. So thinking about what happens when you don't have a written language and you only have memory practices. And also when you link that to being in country, being in place, so you're linking your body and your knowledge and your community, but also thinking about its relationship to caring for country and being in place. And so how do I learn from those cultures and bring that into the classroom, and how can we actually kind of flip this idea that Europeans are the sort of the centre of knowledge, and actually that we are surrounded by First Nation cultures all over the world who have so much to tell us about climate change, about living in harmony, about working with community, and about listening, and really giving space to different forms of knowledge sharing. I don't know whether that answers your question, but yeah.
The first and the second.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Just overall comment first. This thing about having not enough time for question and answer because we have to be on time, right? Now, look, I'm not blaming you, no, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm saying that this is about decolonization. This time efficiency thing is something introduced during the colonial period. It's got to do with, it's got to do with the rise of modern Western capitalism, right? The market values of efficiency, calculability, predictability, and so on. And we're forever, constrained by this. Just a thought. If you want to really decolonize, forget about the time, okay? For Sarena and also for Kate. For Sarena first, I was interested in your point about how modern values in, I think you were saying that values in modern art clash with traditional values of Malay art. But could you give some examples of that? How does that actually happen? Maybe with reference to certain art forms. And I also wanted to ask, we often use the term, you use it and we all use it, arts and crafts, and in Malay we use the term kraft tangan, right? But isn't that term also something that's colonial? I mean, I think for the Malays, for the items that we're talking about, until very recently, and even today, among certain circles, probably in the rural areas, among the Orang Asli, for example, these items are not crafts. They have use value. They are used in daily life. For example, these baskets made from mengkuang and so on and so forth, right? So even the terminology we use needs to be decolonized, I suppose. So for Kate, just a couple of questions. I think the river's stomach is, it's very interesting. What arises in my mind, the question is, what story or what narrative is being decolonized? And when you think of what is being decolonized, what aspect of, what is the coloniality, or what are the characteristics of coloniality or Eurocentrism that is being decolonized, in this in the river's stomach? That's one point, and the other is, I was really I mean, I was interested in the point about deprivileging the visual. Okay. Now, from my point of view, it is precisely the need to privilege the visual, because in the social sciences, we have in modern social science, the part of the problem is that there's a separation between truth and beauty. Beauty has nothing to do with truth. Truth is through science, through induction, through deduction. Poetics doesn't tell you about truth. It's about aesthetics. It's about imagination. And imagination is not about truth. And this is one of the problems of modern knowledge, I think. So we need to privilege the visual. So that's just a point that might be interesting to discuss.
Okay, I'll go first, Prof. Okay, of course we have to sort of like investigate Okay, modern art is a European, invention. That's what Larry Shiner had sort of like written and discussed. So my argument was that in the early 20th century, when the British colonial officers and also some artists from China, southern part of China who migrated to Malaya at the time were already introduced, sort of like modern art, painting and landscape paintings and things like that. Okay, the difference between modern art and also crafts. Okay, of course, craft, it's sort of I wouldn't say kita tak perlu tengok craft as a derogatory term, because actually craft is a part of our lives, but it's just an applied form of art, in which modern art is always like the sake for making art for art's sake, having your ideas, and usually like you sort of like, you set up in a gallery to be appreciated, and it just serves art as is, like, conveying ideas, but it's not applied in that sense. So that's the difference between arts and crafts. But of course, the coming with the idea of modern art is sort of like in the education, it's sort of like delineated, like craft kita tak ajar dekat university lah. Tapi craft uplifted through the IKN. Okay, but that it doesn't get support like locally, like the transmission of knowledge through family, not as much. Okay, that kind of, similarly with wayang kulit and all that, once the practitioner passes away, then there's nobody in the family who's gonna bring that along. I mean, unfortunately, that's happening at the moment. So similarly, arwah, I think like Haiza recently, the craft, adik guru craft, pengukir, passed away, then nobody's like taking from his family. So that sort of like the family tradition that you sort of like train within the community is, I think I would say today, is almost non-existent unless it is being supported by IKN, through its cawangan, etc., etc. So what Malaysian artists does, at least in the context of decolonization, and I was like using Sulaiman as a reference, like introducing the subject matter of Malay culture, Islamic arts and all that as a subject matter, but then the medium is still the same, still painting, because they are trained artists. They were trained in the UK, they were modernists in that sense, but the subject matter becomes very locally inspired. Okay, that's how they sort of like try to bring in the idea of craft making or local culture into their modern forms of art making. And usually art making, modern art making, you have a signature, you know who the artists are. But then if you do a basket weavery and all that, there are no signature and whatnot. Okay, that's fundamentally what the demarcation of an applied arts or crafts and a modern art, at least. But I'm trying to see how we can sort of like, with works like Ilan's work, the mat or the weaving of the mat becomes the medium, okay, rather than the paint all on canvas and things like that. So if we can sort of like maybe encourage that way of thinking using a local medium as a form of a method or a tool of practice, maybe we can, maybe tweak a little bit the way that we want to decolonize art education in Malaysia. Yeah.
Thanks, Sarena. Yeah, I'm going to answer a little bit of Serena's question too, because I guess for me, you'll see I don't paint at all. So I very deliberately don't paint. I mean, I'm also probably quite a bad painter, but I use ceramics, I use textiles, I use performance. I'm really interested, and this is, I guess, probably more about kind of feminist practices than thinking specifically about decolonialism, but thinking about what practices have been marginalised or regarded as crafts, and how can I actually, introduce them into my practice as my practice, but then also thinking about this in terms of climate change. So how can I, as a sort of, I guess, a sculpture installation artist, not make big resource-intensive work, but how can I, often I will bring work from a previous work into the next work, so it becomes like an umbilical cord that kind of connects all my objects together. So how can I actually make less work how, you know, we don't need more stuff in the world. So it's also about thinking about intangible practices like performance and filmmaking, where I can carry my work around on a USB stick and distribute it in ways that are less impactful. So going back to the question that you have for me about what stories are being decolonised, I mean, I guess this whole kind of stuff around monuments and the discussion of who is named. You know, there are more sculptures in London by and of men called John than there are by any women. So it's just thinking about whose stories we are hearing and seeing. So I agree with your point about the visual, but I also think that there is something about the sonic where it's not just coming through our eyes, it's our whole body as an ear, we're feeling it. So a project that I did maybe 10 or 15 years ago for the Sydney Biennale, where I'd been working with a group of Noongar people around this massacre site in Western Australia that had been completely removed from the history books. And we had taken recordings from the forest, and we'd pulled out all the really low frequency sounds and made a soundscape that we put underneath the floorboards on Cockatoo Island in the middle of Sydney Harbour. And the actual stuff you could see, the visual work, which was this amazing kind of moving curtain of this forest, it was really beautiful. But people walked away feeling really disturbed by a sound that they couldn't hear. So we had put subwoofers underneath the floor and used really low frequency sound that had completely disturbed the audiences for reasons that they could not articulate. So I think when we think about the use of sonic practices and their ability to create this dis-ease, this uneasiness, and this sort of sunny disquiet that I think about when I think about Australian colonial life, where you have this contrast between the beautiful and the terrible. And it's a bit like the colonial sublime, I guess, but in a sort of like an antipodean way, where you can use the things that you can't see to dislodge our relationship with the visual. Anyway, so I guess that's what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about the things that we see, the statues named John, you know, yeah.
Thank you so much. We will take the last short question.
Good morning. Thank you both, Sarena and Kate. I've got two questions, but just to put a bit of context on the questions, I'm a product of colonialism. I'm British, but I'm also half Palestinian. And I spent 24 years as a British Army officer and served in Iraq. And I love art, I love writing at an amateur level. And I'm 64 years old, and I'm a professional pilot as well. So in a year's time, I'm going to retire, and I'm looking to how to express my love of art and my love of writing, and obviously the issues that we're seeing every day in our lives, and it deeply impacts me as an individual. And today, Gloria and I came here really on spec because something clicked. Gloria found the link to today's event, and there was some sort of clink. I think I should go to this. And it's been very cathartic, and thank you for that. So my two questions. Firstly, Sarena, this arts and craft point, which is very interesting. To me, is it not, I think that both of you touched on it, is it not just mixed media or medium? And as we move into the environment of communities and so forth, that could even be a mobile phone, as we see in Gaza, with a young journalist reporting on what's going on because international journalists aren't able to access that area. And they're telling a story, and it's a visual one, an audible one. So maybe it's just a different medium, and if it reflects what the communities do, through their skill sets, then I think, yes, it's arts and craft is some old English phraseology that's still hanging on, but it's really just the medium within the community. And I was going to say, Kate, you know, your description of your background is not dissimilar to my own. And it's very interesting hearing what you have to say about how do you get those messages across, whether it's feminism, whether it's injustice. And I'd really like to talk more about that maybe afterwards, because it's something that I think at this stage of my life I need to start thinking about more. Thank you both.
Yeah, I guess in a way you can always sort of like seeing it like the crafts as the medium, if you and the medium can change. Like I mean, like you know, like you use sound and all that. Okay, but I think like the whole point of raising the issue of crafts is that the sustainability of craft making in Malaysia are just being seen as an applied arts that tourists buy to bring back, you know, like the batik shirts, you know, and all that, okay? So how can we sort of like maybe give a higher offering as a medium of art that can get you to think about or sort of like deconstruct the way that we see crafts making in Malaysia? That's why I'm like thinking along that line, how we use, you know, the medium of crafts, but to uplift. I mean, there are artists who does this. I mean, there are, you know, I think like Yeoh also had explored one time using batik, but then using batik as in digital print on, you know, sutra, like silk screen, kind of, but like it's a batik approach, so it's different. But then the thing is like she comes from a fine arts background, so it's easy. So she's trained to actually to think critically, because the degree level, you're trained to think at that level. But then the offering of our program today for crafts is only at IKN, Institute Craft Tangan, the National Craft Institute, and they are trained just to sort of like follow the patterns, the established patterns, and maybe to sort of like make it slightly contemporary, making handbag and things like that. So I'm just thinking along, how can we sort of like uplift that medium, if you want to use the term medium, to something that you can use, you know, more intellectually in that sense. Like maybe I was referring to the Lahore National College of Arts, Lahore, in which they offer a degree in miniature painting. So miniature painting is also seen as traditional art in South Asia, but then there's a degree. So artists like Shazia Sikandar, the work that I've shown you just now, sorry, I'm not able to explain this further just now. She was a very well-known international artist internationally, and instead of using the normal, you know, all on canvas and, you know, being contemporary artist and all that, she uses the medium of miniature painting to do a contemporary, you know, to produce a contemporary art with highlighting contemporary issues. So the medium is still miniature painting. Of course, she would sort of like develop and all that. It's not going to restrain herself to the ways of miniature painting, in which there's a lot of framing, small. She produced huge works, okay? But I'm just thinking along, how can we sort of like maybe thinking how we can sort of empower craftsmaker into a thinker craftsmaker. I don't know, maybe I'm just being optimistic here.
I know we're probably running out of time. You should speak to the timetabling service at King's. They'd love to hear about that. Anyway, it's a perpetual problem. I guess, so I was just going to sort of really reply to both your points in relation to money and the art market, because actually this is really what is stopping all this progression from happening, is you go to any auction house, it's paintings that are selling, not textiles or ceramics or not even sculptures, you know. So the art market, which is not to be confused in any way with art, is determining still the value of art. And it's also determining whose stories get heard. You'll see that there is widespread support from artists across the world for a free Palestine. But the people that fund the art world are stopping those stories from being heard. So I think that we have to also think, when we're thinking about practices of decolonisation, how we really critically interrogate the ecology of the art world and who is funding it and how that is stopping certain art practices but also certain stories from and artists, you know, from being heard. So, yeah.
Sorry, I know we're really short of time, and not to hijack this, but very quickly, just to add on that, this idea of who controls the narrative, because we're talking about colonization squarely right now from a racial point of view, but there are new colonizers just in terms of, you know, various different things. It can range from religion, it can, you know, and on and on. 2 points. As I was listening to you, Professor Sarena, two very short points. I bought a sculpture from a young Indigenous man. He had died, he had drowned. It was his brother who had sold it. And his brother said that he was the lesser of the sculptor. He's also a sculptor, but his brother died. His brother died, but he, you know, I said, oh, okay, do you have more sculptures from your brother? And he says, no, because my brother converted. And he had since been discouraged to sculpt because these sculptures are spiritual by nature. So that's one point to think about. The other is a poet that I met, whose book was banned simply from the title of his book because it doesn't fit the narrative or religious narrative of, you know, the country. But my point.
Thank you so much. Even my supervisor should say we should decolonize the time, but unfortunately I don't have enough power to decolonize time now. Therefore, I need to end these sessions. Maybe another session? Okay, so sorry, really so sorry. I need to end this session now. Thank you so much.
Okay, we can take one more question, but then we'll have to reduce your break time. Is that okay with you? Okay, fine. So we'll give you the question. Hang on. Can you? Because we won't be able to hear you on the live stream. Yeah.
Okay. This is a question for Dr. Sarena, of course. It's still of art and craft, so in the effort of decolonizing art education, could we envision practices like batik and weaving being taught within fine art studios in university in Malaysia, alongside with printmaking, oil painting, ceramic, as part of the core fine art syllabus, rather than being confined to textile major or lump it into mixed media class dalam bahasa Melayu, mengangkat teknik-teknik seni pribumi seperti mana teknik-teknik catan yang dipelajari oleh pelajar-pelajar seni halus. Thank you.
Yeah, that's my point. But we have to fight MQA because we don't have a standard for that. We have to fight the auditors, because the standards are very, very Eurocentric in that sense, because it's always the arts education, the standard is arts and graphic, I think arts and visual. Yeah. But there are no standard, okay, then we have, maybe I have also to do, you know, to work within the education to sort of propose a program that is at a degree level, but it's a long way to go because this is not something that you think like every day, and you might have your colleagues who, why do we want, you know, have to work hard on this? You know, you need more people, resources, and all that. Yeah. So I think like if it's a top-down policy, it might be something that is pumped in within the university that you have to do this. Or, you know. Thank you. Yeah, but that's my point. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate the engagement that's going on. I would like to now pass the time to Huda for the next session. Huh? With you, okay, so we're going to be a bit flexible with the next one. It will flexible because they also want a specific format, which means that they will have a short time talking. And feel free to just raise your hands, and Natalie and I will be here to pass you the microphone. You can ask them questions as and when they are talking. Okay? So it's more of like a discussion. Okay. We can do that. You can. Can we do that now? Okay, I can't find that. Test. Okay. Yeah, maybe you can just put here and then you shout. Who grabs the mic first can talk.
Nobody talks. You're like.
How are you? Good, how are you? We're supposed to do a lot of things together. We were supposed to. We can still do. We are doing it together. Good luck to you. Good shot. Okay, thanks. You came for an interview then.
Yes, I took your interview last night.
Yeah, can.
All right, everyone. Welcome to the second session. I would like to have your cooperation to lower down your voice so that we can start our session in serenity and a bit of peace. Sure. Okay. All right. So this second session, I'm Huda, by the way, your moderator today. I'm currently doing my MPhil at University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So right now, our second session is going to be on decolonization and as well as indigenous. Sorry, doctor, what was knowledge? Yes, kind of like, okay. So with us today, our two distinguished speakers, both of them from University Malaya. We have Dr. Chaw. She is from Department of Anthropology and Sociology, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, and she is specializing in archaeology, art history, and anthropology, which her focus is anthropological archaeology. Next to her is Dr. Kamal Solhaimi Fadzil, a senior lecturer with the Department of Anthropology and Sociology, same department, focusing on indigenous minority rights, particularly related to the Orang Asli communities living in the conservation areas. Dr. Kamal has also been an expert witness in court for Orang Asli customary land cases. It's not just one case, it's land cases. So he's like already a reference point. Okay, so without further ado, okay, I need to tell you, this is quite a fluid session, means that I'm going to let the ball rolling first with our speakers, and then we're going to start our discussion, a free flow discussion, so whoever have questions may raise their hands, and we'll pass to you the mic. So, who want to start first? Dr. Kamal. Okay, please.
Okay, good morning. Good afternoon, I think. It's afternoon now. All right, so my name is Kamal. When I saw the topic, I was really thinking, how should I engage with this conversation? Then this morning, Dr. Saw sort of texted me and said, where are the indigenous people? Can you guys hear me? Okay, so I've always been told I do not know how to use a mic. So she asked me, where are the indigenous people? And really, I don't see indigenous people in the crowd. And so that itself got me to think, maybe we really need to, there's a lot of things we need to unpack and reconsider and consider. So my interest in decolonization discourse came very late, probably just a year or two ago, when Prof. Farid asked me a question. Why are indigenous scholarship in Malaysia not using decolonizing discourses? And it got me thinking, partly because we were so entrenched. I do write court reports for Orang Asli court cases, expert reports, and one of the things you sort of take for granted is the whole process. It's absolutely still embedded and entrenched in the colonial framework. So how do we think about decolonizing when everything continues to revolve around that framework? Okay, I'm not going to speak for very long. I'm going to pass to Dr. Saw, but just something to sort of leave us to think about is Kuala Lumpur. So not to be quoted, anthropologists today are notoriously unverifiable. The things we say are not verifiable. It shouldn't be taken for facts, unlike other scholarship. Okay, but we're all brought up, Malaysians were brought up on the idea that the name Kuala Lumpur comes from the story of the Sultan stepping onto the muddy confluence, the two rivers meeting where Masjid Jamek is today. But another narrative came up recently, and it got me thinking. So there is a river named Lumpur that flows into the Klang River, if I'm not mistaken. And at that confluence, that would be Kuala Lumpur. And the river comes out at where the communication towers at Bukit Nanas is today. And on that hill used to be an Orang Asli settlement. Just like how Bukit Nanas was how Masjid Jamek was an orang asli settlement, how there were orang asli settlements in Pandan, Kampung Pandan area, and different parts of Gombak still has an orang asli settlement. Many of the settlements that we see like Bukit Lanjan, Gombak, Kemensah, all came from where today is the Klang Gates Dam. As they built the dam about 100 years ago, they were dispersed. But there are other Temuan villages in the Klang Valley. And, but as other activities took place in the Klang Valley, their narrative took over. So today we no longer think of KL as an orang asli landscape at all. The narratives have been shifted, the names of places have been changed. So what would have been a different name for Bukit Nanas became Bukit Nanas because of the narrative of the Mandailing Wars, right? They used the hill as their fort and they planted nanas, pineapples as a form of defense. Today, of course, Bukit Nanas is where the Catholic Church sits, the heart of the Catholic Church. It also has, before that, it has two schools, Catholic schools, the Convent Bukit Nanas and St. John's. And during the Japanese war, the Second World War, the Japanese occupied and used those buildings. So all these narratives have layered that today when we think about the founding of KL, we argue over two developers, whether it's Yap Aloy or whether it's Sultan Puasa. I see them as developers and human resource managers. They brought labor in. Governance would have been probably British and the Sultanate. But where were the orang asli in all these stories? They've been erased, right? So one decolonial exercise is probably to bring them back into the narrative, to draw back the maps with their villages, existing ones, and maybe recording oral traditions to relocate them. Can I pass to Saul?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Saul. I'm an archaeologist by training, and then I also have anthropology and art history background. So my research mainly focuses on rock art or cave paintings, as the one you see on the slides. So when we talk about archaeology, what do you think is the most significant type of archaeology? Is it the oldest, or is it the biggest? But it's not. So the oldest and biggest to be the best or to be the top is very subjective, and it's very colonially framed in a way that when we look at cave art or rock art, even the term art is a later constructed term, right? But I'm just using it because it's easier to pronounce right now. And in Malaysia, people don't talk about, actually we have a term called pictogram or pictograph, but we don't use that in common discourse. We just keep using rock art, rock art, rock art. And then when we talk about cave paintings, we think about the beautiful ones, the so-called beautiful ones in Spain, Altamira caves, the beautiful one in the Shelvert Cave, France. And then when they look into the cave art in Malaysia, they are like, oh, this is so primitive. This is so ugly or so simple. They have no artistic sense. But what is actually beautiful? This is all the standards that were shown to us by the Europeans. And this is actually one site in in Perak, Malaysia. It's called Gua Tambun. Gua is actually cave, but this is a rock shelter. Again, someone just chose some random names on it. So it's Gua Tambun. It's a national heritage site. A rock art believed to be made at least 5,000 years ago. So if we want to decolonize, we need to look at art before everyone else, right? Next slide, please. This is one of the drawings. And if people compare it to the ones in other countries or the most commonly seen on social media, they'll be like, this is so simple. There's no gradients, there's no sketch, it's like not realistic enough. But why? We need to understand why people want to draw certain things in certain ways. What are the materials that they use? How do they interact with the landscapes? And this is what we need to really understand the context that we're in. Southeast Asia or Malaysia, the prehistoric people, or now the indigenous community, they are not primitive. They are not crude. They are not lack in knowledge, but they understand the environment in a totally different way. How they find the resources. Next. And then also we have another type of rock art that people will always say that, this is ugly, this is lesser in artistic sense. This is all schematic drawings. It's just like the cartoons that you see. They say that my niece from kindergarten can also draw a similar thing. How is this of any significance? But what is significance? So to actually understand all this, we need to look into the worldview of the indigenous community and the purpose of this rock art. So from here, if you can see that they're actually drawing some of we call the traditional design, the geometric designs. Can see the zigzag lines. I don't have a laser pointer, but okay, never mind. If you can see there's a human up there. Oh, I'll just point out. Sorry. You can see over here, it's actually someone holding a trident and with a keris. We believe it's a keris over here. So we also can see someone over here. This is the traditional geometric designs. And then here is someone holding like a rifle. This is just one, but many of the rock art that we see around Malaysia. And it's actually a way of recording their history. We always say that they don't have any textual evidence or textual history, but they just record it in a different ways. It does not mean that they are lesser in any way than us. It's just a different way of understanding. Yes? Yeah.
That's rock art?
That one is considered probably graffiti on later period because we can see names on that.
That's right, that's what I thought.
So, okay, the definition of rock art, the official definition of rock art is any man-made markings on natural rock surfaces. That's it. So it's very general. You can say that that is rock art, you can say that it's not. Because rock art is a relatively new field in archaeology. People tend to not engage in rock art because they feel it's more subjective. So before that, archaeology is more towards hard science, right? You need the chemical composition, you need all the dating and all. And then after that, people only start to understand agency in rock art. So for this one, it depends on what your research purpose is. If your research is to study during historical period or after the written records appear, how people associate themselves with the site, then it is important. Because why do you want to go to a cave and then write something on it? We see so many names and phone numbers inside. Right? Or just some I even see like Chinese calligraphy, they write poems just because they were dumped by a girlfriend. So they start writing all the poems using calligraphy, saying how bad was the lady was, and then like, broke his heart and so on. But why? Why do you want to go so far? And this is something that also I want to bring up in this discussion as well, that it's not just indigenous community that we need to decolonize the whole framework, but everyone who interact is a living space. It's not just prehistoric or ritual purposes that is important, but it's a memory space for everyone. Yeah, so this is a brief introduction.
Maybe if I can attempt a little bit to go into this space, is to also think about how we think of conservation. So that was what I originally wanted to talk about until she asked me where the indigenous, you know. And so to think about how we think about conservation in Malaysia, a lot of it follows Western ideas of conservation and ideals, and how we think about authority that legitimizes conservation efforts often is drawn from having a degree, a master's, a PhD. Whereas a lot of their potters who bring them in and when they're doing their studies are orang asli who actually guide them to find the plant or the animals that they're looking for. And yet their voices are muted when it comes to academic discourses. Yeah, so indigenous knowledge are obviously very practical and applicable when we think about conservation, considering that they live in the environment for many, many years, and they have done it sustainably. Yet, we still lack that recognition. Okay, I think we wanted to actually keep this fluid and to really have us interact. If there are any questions on, you know, maybe what is indigenous? Yeah.
Hello, and I'm from Japan, and I know a little bit about Ainu and so Orangery in Japan, and maybe then you know that the Aborigine in Australia. So if you are thinking about the case of Aborigine, and maybe they themselves and also other people use Aborigine art for tourism, but still it's a kind of like art, and people appreciate, although that is for tourism or souvenir. So how about here, and how about Aborigine art here in Malaysia? How do you think?
So there's a lot of different perspectives to look into this. Mainly for their Gerai OA. So for example, they really get the handicrafts from the Orang Asli, the indigenous community, and then they sell them as a way to promote. And some is also that when you go to their villages, they really prepared something for sale. And there's another that I encountered in Perak, Kinta Valley, Ipoh area, because the indigenous community has so long been detached from the actual archaeological sites. So now the Chinese community or the Malay communities, they actually took the indigenous art and then they create their own art. For example, some of the rock art here that we see, they put it into paintings. They see the rock art and then they draw it on the paintings. Some draw it as decorations on their ceramic wares and potteries. So who owns the art? We don't know. And we cannot say that they do not own this art because who can claim ownership on that? And all of them, they grew up there since young, and then they've been looking at this since they were young. Their grandparents brought them to the site, and then now they grow up, they become an artist. They want to put this as part of their memory. So we see different types of people engaging with art. Yeah, what about?
Okay. I'll bring a different angle to the question. So yes, as Dr. Saw has mentioned, there is like Gerai OA. Gerai OA came out of Rita can correct me if she's not around. She'll probably scold me. It came out of a movement to promote conservation of the forest by promoting the use of non-timber forest products, NTFPs. And one way to highlight the importance of conservation of forests, tropical forests, is to highlight the sustainable use of non-timber forest products. And indigenous handicraft relies on the sustainability of harvesting these non-timber resources and turning them into artwork. So then the sales of it, and she adds on value by giving agency to the artist. She mentions the name, the design, the narrative of the art. So it empowers, provides agency, and then it also provides a network among indigenous women as part of a women support group. That I think is a positive way to think about indigenous art, commodification of indigenous art. Unfortunately, you have the other ones, like for example, traditional healings are called sewang. These are your traditional dance that have ritual and religious connotations. And today, due to a lot of factors, these performances have become tourist attractions. And so, imagine your Sunday prayer or the Muslim 5 prayers a day is suddenly adapted and adopted as performance for tourists. And then, of course, if it is this, if it's alienated from the people that practice it and borrowed by other people and turned into, into their form of artwork, then it becomes a different set of problems. So I think indigenous art as commodification is very complex. It needs to be really looked into. It can be empowering, it can give agency, but it can also be something that is an exercise of coloniality. But now, the colonial power isn't necessarily European. It's just who's in power today. Yeah.
Question. When you talk about indigenous knowledge, I can't help myself to think about how do we dig this indigenous knowledge? How do we dig the erased or marginalized communities? I can't help thinking about how we can empower students to actually dig into this information and fact-finding themselves, because what I see here in Malaysia is that it's not so many students like to do field work, to be honest. Like field work is, usually what people would do is just interview, but delving themselves into the community, doing the groundwork to observe and whatnot. I think this is not part of the mainstream training in our academia. So I want your opinion on that, because if I wanted to compare between us and Indonesian, for example, I just had my own experience in Universitas Gadjah Mada, how the students are very involved with the community and with the information and the fact gathering that they do with the marginalized communities themselves. Somehow what is being erased or not known by the mainstream society is being amplified by them. So I need your comment on that.
So so probably students today may not really want to go into a village setting or out of the comfort zone. But today we've also got to think of cultures not only in a village, it can be online as well. To me, they're just as relevant field sites. And it's really getting people, and orang aslis today, a lot of my friends who are in villages have handphones, and that's how they communicate with each other, with their friends, how they find their wives, And there's a whole world, how they find their wives. There's a whole world that's also existing digitally. And I think students, if they're interested, so it's to move away from monkey, what do they call it, survey monkeys, that kind of digital, Google, I think that's too simplistic and really not this one. But to actually think a bit more, to be immersive in the digital sort of space, and to think a little bit deeper about how the digital space is also changing how people think about themselves and how they're interacting. But that said, there are students who are still interested in doing field work. I do have some students who do want to go and stay in a village. And I think we should encourage and cultivate that sort of thing. And again, the idea that we have of Indigenous, right, is they are far away, like in Taman, in the National Park, or in Belum, But you just have to go down to Bukit Lanjan, Damansara Perdana, there's an Indigenous settlement. You can go to Zoo Negara. Behind, there's the Kemensa Heights, a very high-end neighborhood. Just across the hill is an Orang Asli village, Kemensa, just 15-20 minutes from here. I think it's also how we have to think about how we think of who is Indigenous, to realize that the field is actually all around us. And I think when we do that, then we can encourage people to go to the field. The field becomes relevant.
I just want to add on to that. I think another thing is about our role as scholars or academics. The thing about colonial system is that accumulation of data and protection of data. So the more data you have, the better you are. Or the more data you don't share to people, you know more things, the more privileged you are. But we need to change that mindset, starting from any time, like right now, that as someone who has access to these networks, we should always willing to share it to other people, especially the younger ones. And that's how you can start to change the mindset of things. And I've been running public archaeology workshops for 2 to 3 years, or actually running workshops, that one is 2 to 3 years. The purpose, the workshop that I run is targeting 6 to 12 years old kids, because they are the future. And for us to change the mindsets, you need at least 3 generations. That's what I think. So it's a long blueprint that we need to look into, and we need to start anytime. So we must be willing to share. So the idea of territorial is still very bad in Malaysia, in the sense of archaeology. I'm not sure about anthropology, but in archaeology, it's quite territorial. So, well, actually not just Malaysia, but throughout. Yeah. So this is something that we need to change.
Can I just add, actually, to answer that question again, it's passion. Like, if you want students to do field work, you need to do field work yourself, and you need to bring your students along with you. Yeah. Yeah. So a long time ago, when I was in UKM for a short while, I had Prof. Saleh as my master supervisor. But I wasn't writing, so I ended up going abroad to finish my master's. But with Prof. Hood was very good, because he would either bring me to villages or draw maps and tell me to go off somewhere. And because he used to go everywhere, people knew him, and that really motivated me to go to the field. Yeah.
Dr. Su, my question is not clear for me. The rock art that was done 5,000 years ago. As I'm from Azerbaijan, and we have a Gobustan historical site where there are a lot of rock science, or I don't know, can I call it art or not? Because it is the description of lifestyle, hunting, the ship making, of these kind of things. But what we see now, for example, someone loves someone, or this is my number, call me. Can we somehow differentiate them or classify them, or we should both of them call as a rock art or Assyrian stone writings?
Okay, so again, the word art, the rock art, the term is very new. Not new, but the idea of art is very new. So in the past, people wouldn't judge them. It's like, this is good artwork or this is bad artwork, right? And then that's why it's actually more accurate to just call it pictograph or petroglyph. Petroglyph meaning something that you carve. So it's just the action, the definition of action. So you subtract the surfaces, that's petroglyph. And then pictograph is you add to the surface. So like pigment and things like that. So it's a very neutral term, just describing the techniques. But then for about the graffiti, that mean that someone loves someone, phone numbers, call me later, or things like that. All those really depends, because I'm running a new project on looking at the diasporic communities, how they interact with the landscapes. So it depends on your research purpose. They wouldn't be considered as art, but they will still be considered as pictograph, right? Because you're adding something to the surface. So it's very, very fluid again, and in this field, and you need to look into the whole context again. Yeah.
Sorry, maybe if Dr. Saw, later she can explain a bit her work in Gua Musang, for example, where indigenous people still live in areas where these arts are found, and so they still relate to this cave art. Sorry. Prof. Farid.
Okay, thanks. I have a question about, maybe it's a comment, about the language we use. Because we have been talking about data, right? About access, even the term field work. So it's sort of a very extractive language, right? And one of the concerns with in decolonization is with extractivism, the problem of extractivism, academic extractivism as it is called. It's an attitude where you go in, you interact, you do the field work, you do the interviews, you take whatever you need, but there's little, and I'm by no means suggesting that's your attitude. I'm more, I think we all are guilty of using this kind of language. And the activists and scholars concerned with decolonization among First Nations people in Canada, in Australia, in the US have been very particular about moving away from this kind of language, but more importantly from that kind of research. And that reminds me of a friend of mine, an anthropologist, Marina de Recht from the Netherlands, who wrote a very interesting piece called Friendship as Method. She does research in Yemen, and this piece is about her, her relationship with one of her so-called informants. And she doesn't use this term, but basically, in formal terms, this lady Noura was one of her informants, but they developed a deep friendship, and she realized that that friendship was actually the core of her so-called method. Right, and maybe this is the kind of attitude that we need to develop so that the Orang Asli or any people that we work with are not merely seen as informants. Yeah, that's a comment.
Can I just answer to that? Actually, when Chaw mentioned to me where the Orang Asli, I thought, wow, that's a great burden off my shoulder, because really, you're right. Otherwise, it sounds abstract. Like, if we do talk about Orang Asli and traditional knowledge and decoloniality without actually having the people here speaking with us about themselves, that would be exactly what it is. And I think today, in working with Orang Asli, that the traditional topics of study in the 60s and 70s were on things like Temia religion, or Batik religion. Today, that would be I would imagine it would be very difficult to do because of that whole question. How are we representing another group of people and their religion or their way of life? And so it has to be a collaborative process. It has to be, and I think that's how I got into this writing reports for the court, because they would invite me to participate in their legal journey. They're suing the government or they're suing the private companies, and in a way then I'm invited by people from the community, and so it becomes it's not about them being informants or me being hired to do something because it's all free, but it becomes a collaborative process. I need to learn from members of the community to understand the way they see customary land or the world or their worldview. But I think that's a very important point. How, especially working with indigenous communities, we need to recognize the historical power imbalance. Yeah, I think that's where we need to start.
Is that okay? I was also thinking, picking up on that point that you make, certainly in Australia we think about various forms of kind of rock art as really not being the image itself is not the important thing in a way. It's the practices around it. So I was interested in some of those previous images, even you were saying they were 5,000 years old. So whether they've been worked back. So in a lot of Indigenous communities in Australia, you would annually go back to these sites as part of a ritual, and you would reperform them as a form of memory work. And I'm interested whether there are practices around these examples.
Okay, so for the case for this particular site, there's no. There's something about this giving the title of National Heritage Sites or UNESCO Heritage Sites, because you're actually keeping boundaries. You put the gates, you locked things up. When you want to go there, you need to write the letter of permission and so on. But what about the people who used to live there? So this is something that I'm quite against with as well. Like, how can you make a site as National Heritage Site, so it's important nationally, but the people is completely neglected from the whole narrative. For this site, so they have been long relocated to somewhere. They have no connections. I tried to interview the nearby indigenous villages. None of them have any ideas about this rock art. Some don't even know that there's rock art here. But then another place that I went to, like just now, Dr. Kamal mentioned the Gua Musang area. It is the Orang Asli who brought me to sites. So I go there with only one target in mind, because there's one specific cave that I really want to go. So I just like, my target is just here. The rest, you plan everything. And then they just bring me to site by site. And then, I saw this here, I saw this there. And then I want you to record this, I want you to record that. So then after that, you give me a copy. I was like, of course I can do that for you. And then they don't perform the similar ritual. They don't know who drew the rock art, but they know the rock art are there. So they are the ones who say, I've seen this here, I've seen this there. And then when I walk past, I saw them. And that's it. But there are other, I believe that there are other places that they are actually directly interacting with the rock art, just that because lack of manpower, we still have not been able to do the survey on that. So yeah, that's the problem. We need more people.
Yeah, actually, when we went to Gua Musang the first time, they do not claim to draw the rock art, but they do revere the site. We're not allowed to take things from the site, and they still had a sense of respect.
There's one particular site, sorry, just to add on for the site that we mentioned. There's actually a stone tool on the floor, and then the Orang Asli guy actually told me that, my grandfather used this last time, and then he just chopped up some things in the forest, and then he just leave it here. I don't use it anymore, But then to me, it's a stone tool. And then there's also something hanging. It's a very small cave, but there's also branches. And he's like, oh, my grandfather just hang his shirt here, or hang whatever he hunted here, just put it there. And then, but these drawings, I'm not sure. I don't think he drew this, but maybe the drawings was already there when he arrived. So it's also how we perceive the site. So imagine the first person who came to the site sees nothing but a blank canvas, and then they drew something on it. The next group of people coming over, there's already drawings on it. So how you perceive the site? Some say that it's naturally there, and then they attach some very ritualistic significance to that. That's based on the site in Kinta. Because for this site, I also brought some Orang Asli friends there. And then they told me, this is not the drawings of the Termia people, because for the Termia people, we do not contaminate, the word that he used, contaminate the sites. You're making the place dirty, that's what he said. But it must be the drawings of our people. So I was like, a bit confused, like, what do you mean by that? He's like, I don't know, but must be our people, but not me. Things like that. So there's a different types of understanding. Yeah, not contemporary. Yeah, so, yeah.
Thank you. It's interesting what both you said, sir, and both of you said as academics. Isn't there an important factor that academia needs to empower the local indigenous communities so that they have a voice that they can actually communicate with? Because otherwise there's a fine line between saying, on the one hand, other communities come in, they take the artwork that they see, they then produce it as, for sale as art. But actually, there's a fine line between that and cultural misappropriation, which my own community, as a Palestinian, has experienced for 70, 80 years. So there's that very fine line that academia, I think, has a crucial part to play, and that's about empowerment of local communities, indigenous communities, so that they have a voice. And I would like to see more effort from the community side, from school children, to be encouraged to express their heritage and their history and their lifestyle moving forward, rather than always academia having to make the first contact. I think it should be the other way around. Maybe there's an empowerment thing that can be developed.
Thank you for that observation, and it's absolutely true. So one of the things that she brought up before we started this was, where are the indigenous people? And I think that's important. And because there are none here, it took off the weight off my shoulder, because I cannot represent an indigenous person. I'm not an indigenous person. But to answer your question, there are a small group of us who do work with indigenous people, but not to tell them where they need to bring things, but rather we work together. The one example I gave was the court cases. When people have encroached into their land, they oftentimes get lawyers to sue the people who are encroaching, whether it's the government or private companies. And then they would come and engage with me. But we've already been friends for some time. And so usually this is how they lead the way. They do their own form of, they have to provide their own documentation of the landscape, and the anthropologist, in this case me, would have to then simply explain to the court in a language the court may understand how customary land works. But it's really led by the community. And there's a lot of this sort of movements now through civil society, where indigenous voices are coming out. My former head of department and former director general of the Department of Orang Asli Affairs is an indigenous person himself. He was the second director general of the department, and the first indigenous person to have a PhD in anthropology. So those things are happening, but you're right. By and large, the larger landscape when it comes to indigenous scholarship is led by academics. And they then distort it totally, absolutely distort how the community is represented.
I have a very basic question. We have been using the term rock art. right? And this thing is supposed to be what? 5,000 years old.
Yeah.
So that implies that the person or people who did it are rock artists. Now, my problem is this, and this is not just a matter of terminology, because it has to do with our understanding of what this actually is, right? And the analogy is from Sufism, from the, you've heard of the dance of the whirling dervishes? Okay, now that's it relates to what Kamal was saying earlier on. We call it a dance. In Turkish, it is referred to as a sema. The sema is from the Arabic word sama, which means to listen. It is actually listening, it's not dancing. What we see from a Western, Orientalist perspective, what we perceive to be a dance, right, is actually meditation. And the meditation is based on the idea of listening to the universe. That's why it's called sama. And it's worship. And it is ridiculous actually to call it a dance and to understand it as a dance performance. As ridiculous as it would be to have Sunday Mass as a performance and people go and view it, tourists go to Sunday Mass to see. It's not performance, it's worship, right? So it's not just the problem of the term, it's what the term implies. So that's why I'm saying, like the Orang Asli, for example, what do they call this? Or have they themselves become orientalized and internalized the term rock art, right?
I completely agree on that, and I definitely agree that the use of words in narratives actually affects how the discussion goes. So the thing that rock art, because it's so commonly used in Malaysia at the moment, if you Google for pictogram or pictograph, or you Google for cave paintings, you cannot find anything on it. And then this is something that we need to change. So maybe include both words in the article, at least people can look it up, and then slowly we can divert the articles to that directions. But there's the word rock art is also very, in different languages. In Malay, it's called lukisan gua, and that's the only word that they have. So what about those that's made by carving, ukiran, but they don't call it, the term is lukisan gua. And in Chinese, it's called yanhua. But in Chinese, there's also, there are even more detailed separations of terms. So this is something that we really need to change. The Orang Asli, they don't call it as drawings, they don't call it anything, they just call it as something on the rock. They just like, or the colorful rocks. There was once they told me there's colorful rocks and there are some color stains on it. So some of them don't even realize that it's drawings. They just think that it's the natural surface, that's how it looks like. Yeah.
And perhaps also our tradition in archaeology, right, has not really engaged with communities. It was something that colonial officers were, what do they call them, amateur archaeologists. And I think that's the tradition, and that can change. So we saw when she went to the village a few weeks ago, the Orang Asli said, nobody comes here and asks us about this cave art or about the archaeological nature or status of these places. So she was the first one, and so they brought her to a place, and there was fantastic things lying around on the floor. Usually the archaeologists would just go in on their own and stay in the cave, while there's a community next door. So it's just the way the tradition is, but yeah, it should change.
Yeah, and also one thing about this is to return the local names of sites. So like I went to this place, we call Gua Batu Cincin in all our scholarly articles, but the locals said we don't call it Gua Batu Cincin. What even is Batu Cincin? They just call it Gua Bashiu. Bashiu is an indigenous word meaning a type of yam leaf. So in the past, they found a lot of this type of yam outside of the cave, so they call this cave Gua Bashiu. And then there's another one that in the text you see Gua Kambing or Gua Lembing, but they never called it. Just like, I don't know what you're talking about, but let me go and search around. And then later they name it as Gua Pantor, because there's a river with a name Pantor. So they call it as Gua Pantor. So the returning of the name is returning of identity to the sites. not just in the Kelantan context where the orang asli actually give back the names, but also in Perak, because in Perak there's a lot of quarry sites. So when you look into newspaper or anything, people will just say that the limestone hills were quarried. But what are the names? Every hills deserve a name, not deserve, but they have a name and deserve to be remembered. And this is what the local communities, I'm not talking about the orang asli communities, but the communities who are currently living there, they want to return the name. So this is Gunung Terendum, this is Gunung Panjang. Even if the site is gone, you will always remember them by the name because that's the identity. And then you don't see that in the topographic map or something. They always just put with numbers, right?
And just to add on, the termia would have a name and they would have a story, and usually these hills and mountains are occupied by princesses and princes that occupy this land and have certain powers that can either make the place sacred or a place to avoid. Yeah? So there's a lot of agency and power in the indigenous landscape that has been erased as we map it differently. Sorry, just to add on, sometimes in doing the customary map, I'll ask the local, the orang asli who's fighting the court case to draw a map of their landscape. And oftentimes they can draw so many more rivers in their map than the official topography. And when you go down to the ground, when you do the ground truthing and you're walking on the landscape with them, small streams, really small streams that you wouldn't notice would be in the rivers that they draw on the landscape, because their knowledge of that landscape is intimate and is intergenerational. But these things are lost or erased as we turn it into quarry sites. Or when they log a place, they call it, I can't remember what they call it, the compartment. They compartmentalize the forest into these productive sites, and it changes how they relate to it.
I think that last bit of information from you, Dr. Kamal, I think has been the best piece of narrative I've heard since this morning. Thank you very much for sharing that. Now, I ask because you've worked so much with the indigenous people, yeah? I suppose I'm not wrong in assuming, from what I've heard so far, it appears like the orang asli really don't care if the colonizers were brown or white or of this religion or that religion, because they're always the victims anyway. My question to you now is that in today's context, could it be a case of, are they feeling like it's from the frying pan to the fire? That's my first question. And my second question is, you yourself said earlier that with so much of this narrative being always imparted by academics such as yourselves, not to put any of you down, but this is out of curiosity, do you yourself personally know of any orang asli who ought to have, should have, must have been here today to completely light up this session? Two questions. Thank you.
Yes, I think there are some artists that are famous. Excuse me, like Shak Koyok, who does protest art, and then there is this writer, a man in his 70s, Mahat Akia, who writes stories, oral history, but he's turning it into love fiction about slavery. That a lot of Malaysians may not know that we have a history of slave raiding. So there are different kinds of slavery, right? Bonded slaves, and then you have your permanent slaves, your hamba abdi. And a lot of them 150 years ago would be Rawa people coming from Sumatra who came to live in the peninsula, would go into the interior and raid these orang asli villages, killing the men and taking the women and children and selling them into whatever you have outside, And Mahat takes this from his oral tradition and turns it into fiction, and he writes it in Malay because he doesn't want just orang asli to hear these narratives. They already know these narratives through their oral traditions back home, but he wants it to a wider audience so that people know their history. It's important that we know, even if it's a terrible history, it's important that we know, but he turns it into a romance so we can relate to it emotionally. He makes an orang asli man fall in love with the aristocratic Malay woman, or vice versa, the woman fall in love with the man. And then it draws on those things. So yes, I think Mahat would have been a really nice addition here. Yeah. Did I answer your question? Yeah. And there might be a few others. There's Shima, a wonderful photographer, Shima Sidek, who takes pictures of a landscape. She's a graduate in fine arts from a local university. She takes photos of the landscape. They really do not look impressive, but they're not meant to be. The stories of these photographs stands out. So the first book she published, the front cover is herself, and she cuts it up and weaves it back into the front cover. So the front cover uses a weaving method. So you look at it, it's almost like a mat, a floor mat, but of herself. And she's very shy as well, so she kind of didn't, it's one way of hiding at the same time being public. So she's got very deep, her presentation of her art has very deep connotations. Yeah. So I think Shima should be here as well.
Hi, so I've got a question. Yeah, it's me here. I'm just curious, in University Malaya at the moment for archaeology and anthropology, what are the active processes or steps taken to, decolonize? What's the short, medium, and long term?
Quick answer, none. Long answer, this is part of our engaging and trying to learn about decolonization, and getting ourselves exposed to it. Individually on the kind of work we do. Yeah, we like for me, and I think we work closely with indigenous communities to some extent. We work closely with indigenous through civil societies, indigenous peoples in civil society. Yeah, and this thing doesn't get on air, right? Not in the media. So a few years ago, I went down a river trip with some activists here, as they were protesting against the building of the Negri Dam. So they're building the dam, as you know, in Kelantan, and that's going to flood a large part of the communities will be displaced. Also, cave art, actually, archaeological sites will be affected. So a group of Temia organized with lawyers to take a boat ride down the river for 4 days. Yeah, I think this sort of engagement gets us to think about decoloniality rather than, I think really being with people in spaces they are comfortable with, but also, of course, having conversations in other places.
I have a question for Dr. So. Like this image, is there a way for you to determine, or any archaeologist to determine, what is the purpose of the indigenous person who drew this thousands of years ago? Like, have you been able to establish a pattern for us to at least understand why they did it, instead of us labeling it as this or that? So, like, was this for documentation? Was this for communication, for recordings of history, for worship? Do we know, at least in the context of the places that you've been to, what is the purpose of putting this on the rock? Yeah.
So this depends on the context. And if we're talking about theories, because archaeologists, when the person who actually do the art is no longer there, all we can do is assumption. So for example, if I draw a circle, maybe someone will say, oh, this is geometric shape. Some people will say, this is a bowl, or this is a moon, or this is just a random mochi that I'm eating and then I love it, so I draw it, right? So for archaeologists, they actually try to list down the assumptions, and they get like 180 theories to think of what are the purpose of rock art. We don't know exactly, but we can look into the amount of effort that they put in. So the most basic one, there's like 2 types. One is for public display. Like this one is at a rock shelter facing the sky, and everyone can see it. So it's meant for public display. And there are some rock art that we see is like very hidden inside the grooves or something, and it's very hard to reach. When you look at them, you're just like, why? Why do you want to go here to draw it? And there's also some, okay, I'm not going to use rock art again, just some drawings that it's apparently you need a lot of effort. For example, there's this one cave that you need to walk about 300, 200 meters inside dark cave, very dark, you cannot see anything without any light. And then you reach there, and then you just draw it on the ceiling that I cannot even stand straight. So I'm not very tall, but I can't even stand straight. So I need to bend, and then you have to draw across the whole ceiling. So why so much effort used in this. And there's also some that you see, for example, the drawings of boats. They can draw it. Okay, now all of you, I just ask you to draw a ship in your mind, probably all of you will be drawing something like a triangle and then something, a sailboat below. But if you are someone who has been looking at boat all the time, you can draw all the details. You can draw the rudder, you can draw how many masts you have, what's the shape of the rigs. So all this shows that someone is engaging with the boat in very frequently, or they are directly looking at this thing. So we can say that, for example, in Thailand, Viking Cave, it's called Viking Cave. You can see a lot of very detailed boat drawing. We know that it's for recording purpose. So they record the different types of boats that go through this area. So from here, we know that the China boats, the Indonesia boats actually pass through this as part of the maritime routes. And then for this type, for this particular Gua Tambun, it's at least 6 meters high to 25 meters high. So you cannot reach it without building something. You must need something there. So the effort that you use, and these are very big, so although the photos looks like nothing, but it's more than 1 meter big, the so-called octopus or something, it's like 1 meter big. The amount of pigment that you need to prepare before it dries up, the amount of manpower you need to build the scaffolding. So when there's a lot of effort put into something, we usually say that it's something significant, probably for their religion, because archaeologists, when we don't know anything, we say it's for ritual purpose. Okay, but the amount of effort you put in shows that it means something else. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, we have 5 more minutes left. I think, yes, 1 or 2 more questions.
Hi, my name is Pital. Just to answer a little bit on the lady in hijab just now. From my reading, one of the sign of, this is about theory of human evolution. Maybe the doctor can correct me if I'm wrong. The tendency for human to become intelligent is one sign of it is to express oneself and then to communicate, things like that. So the first act of drawings, because in the absence of papers, leaf and things like that, so hard surfaces are the only way that people do markings. So the painting, or what I call marking on the hard surfaces on cave and rocks, things like that, is a first sign of human evolution. So we are always want to express something. So that's how it's come about. And then I just, to add to that, I want to ask our panelists, I'm going to bring you back to many, many more years, millions of years earlier. The marking that we saw, the one that you showed sharing, is basically from Homo sapiens, we are, but prior to that we have Neanderthals, what we call the Tals. I think the markings are more cryptic, because what we see here, like what the previous slides that you show, is you mentioned about crays and human figures and symbols, things like that. So Homo sapiens tends to draw something from their memory or what they saw. And then marking on, recording it on the walls, or in this case on the cave. But the Tals are more, I would say, genius, because they mark something, something more abstract, maybe from their dreams, maybe things that see beyond the physical realm. So I just want to ask our panelists whether you are any things on that, to see these 2 ways of expressing pictogram. You mentioned it just now. So the 2 evolution of human evolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the very interesting question, and it's very interesting topic because it actually threw all archaeologists into existential crisis. So we always say that Homo sapiens, well, the meaning of sapiens means intellectual, intelligent, because we always think we are the smartest. And then we call other species as other things. So we always think that creating art or being expressive is our traits. It's what it means to be human. But in fact, arts has been created, not arts, but expressive gestures has been created since many years ago. Like you said, the Neanderthals, they also actually created some cave, we call finger fluting. So in the cave where the wall is very soft, they use fingers to draw. You have to draw it like different sets of flutings. And that is how they create something that we now call as rock art. So we realize that this is not something unique to Homo sapiens, but probably we are just copying from other species, because Neanderthals and Homo sapiens actually coexisted for some time. And even before that, even before from walls, you can see them creating, they carve geometric shapes on shells. That's like millions of years ago. And then they found like intentional carvings, so you can see the shapes. It's not like accidental. So these are the things that we need to understand, is that people, or Homo, the genus Homo, actually started creating something since many, many years ago. And it's not that being abstract is better or being more figurative or more detailed is better, but it's about the context, how you create them. For example, in US, I think Texas, there's a tribe that actually, they will inhale some hallucinogens, like the flowers, and then only they start drawing. So the art was born from after they hallucinate. We cannot say that we don't have this in Malaysia. Probably we have. We just haven't found the actual evidence for that. Because hallucinogen or ketum or something like that is so common, and in the tropical rainforest we have so many fruits and that has this type of components. There are even times that me and my friends were joking that we should just drink something, experiment, and then analyze the rock art. So the way you see things when you are sober and when you are not actually gives you very different perspectives. So Homo neanderthals is also very, very intelligent apparently, because recently they also found that they have food processing factories. So they actually has this place that they dug, and then they can extract animal fats for food processing. So there's so many things that we don't know about the past, that so we cannot say that art, this is good art or bad art. That's what I think.
Yeah, just a little bit, and this might not make sense. So in sort of colonial anthropology, there was this idea of race. And one way colonial anthropologists used to look at indigenous people was to say that they had the mind or the mental age of, let's say, 6 years old. They could not do abstract thoughts. And then anthropologists kept finding all these games that indigenous people play that require actually the ability to think in an abstract way. You know? But this idea that intelligence and abstraction and people progress over in a linear fashion, that's also very colonial. And I think today, of course, we don't accept that anymore. But it's just something for us to think about how earlier ideas on what people are like and how they were put together in a sort of taxonomy, right? Moving from simple to complex, continue to color how we think about indigenous people. So there's actually underlying why maybe there are no indigenous people here, or why we're not engaging them when we talk about them, is a lot of it has to do with this underlying racism that exists, that continue to exist from our colonial past.
Okay, I think we need to cut the Q&A session. So to conclude, I give Dr. Kamal and Dr. Saw 2 minutes each to have your concluding remark for this session. What do you think, how to move forward, after this? Because I think one of the biggest takeaway that I can take from you guys, because you are involved with the community, you are collaborators with the community, rather than you are, extracting, but you are the one who also amplified their voice. So maybe from that, as part of how to move forward.
Okay, so as a earlier career researcher, obviously much younger than Kamal, that a lot of times in academics, sorry, it's always like the typical thing, publish or perish, and you're rushing for grants, the grant periods and all those things. But to able to actually decolonize or work together with the community, we should not focus on the grant period. That is not the time frame that we should be looking at. Like I said, it's 3 generations ahead. So we need to start forming friendships, like you said, to everyone. It's not that, oh, because you know about this rock art, so I'm going to be your friends. But it's about learning everything that anyone can offer you. Because archaeology, in the end, is about human. It's not about material culture. So it's very important for the younger researchers to actually understand that the time frame should be very long. And it's not just rushing for the grants. Yeah, that's my conclusion.
I think Dr. Saw is being humble. She does a lot of work in public archaeology, and she's been doing that for many years. And I think that's something that is important. On my part, I think if we can go back home today and think about the landscape we live in, and to be aware that this was occupied before. And I think to want to learn more about the indigenous peoples within the landscape that we live in, so that we can understand the struggles that they are going through today, and to be part of that struggle. So it's not, I don't amplify the voices of the indigenous or give agency. It's already there. And it has really got, we are allies, I suppose that would be the word, with communities that are already, that are empowered and looking for agency. I cannot, if we are thieves. We steal things from them. We've stolen things from them. We are thieves. And I think that's what we need to recognize, that we have taken. And so you cannot, how do I say it? Coming from that perspective, it's really recognizing what we have done, how we have done it wrong, and really trying to, I guess, correct it, rectify, rather than to develop capacity of the indigenous person or to see the problem as theirs and how can we help them. I think all that has to change.
Okay, I think with that, thank you very much to Dr. Kamal and Dr. Saw for a very interesting discussion and very much needed conversation that today's conversation on decolonization. At the end of the day, decolonization is really a hard work, a process that all of us need to be involved in, and not just, kind of labeling things as decolonized. This is really a tough work that we need to do, rather than just sit at the air-conditioned space and talk about things and what is decolonizing, what is undecolonized, whatever that is, right? So it's really being involved in the community. And one takeaway from Prof. Farid is that extracting things, I think that is also a colonizer mindset as well, which is we need to be aware of, because being in the privileged class, we are all here privileged. Being in this space to talk about things in the language that is not even indigenous language is a privilege. We tend to unintentionally extract from the people around us for the sake of our interest, and also maybe for our purposes that is giving us a lot of how do I say this, benefits. So with that, thank you everybody for this session. So we shall disperse for lunch, and we continue again after this.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, there's lunch provided, so please feel free to grab your lunch and you can roam around. We will be back here in 1 hour. 1 hour lunch break. Thank you. Also, later on, you might see a QR code on the screen. It is basically for us to do our reporting for our funders. So please do leave your feedback for us so that we could do our reporting afterwards. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks for all of you for staying for the current session, the next session. So it'll be, Imad, I'm your moderator for this session. I'm pursuing my PhD in sociology at University of North Carolina. So our first speaker will be Datin, Prof. Datin Dr. Ruzy. So she's formerly Professor of Literature at the School of Language and Linguistics, and now teaches in Warsaw at the Poland at School of Humanities and Free Arts. Some of her interests include psychogeography, comparative literature, and Malaysian literature. So Dr. Ruzy, I'll give the floor to you first.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Oops. Okay, the title of my talk is Reading Otherwise, Decolonial Imaginings in Malaysian Fiction. And so this is basically the thrust of my paper. I'm going to talk about the shift from post-colonial critique to decolonial imaginaries. And I'm going to look at 3 texts given the time, but they cover 4 decades, what I think are representative of 4 decades of Malaysian literature in English. And the last text was written in Malay, so it's a Malay text. So I am trying to decolonize by mixing Malay and English. And the framework I use are from decolonial framework involving Keanu, Mignolo, Vasquez, Escobar, and Lugones. So if we look at the differences, between what I think are embedded in both post-colonial and decolonial concepts. We've got colonialism, which is the historical event, where for post-colonial theorists, they would focus on the direct structures of empire, administration, exploitation, and representation. Whereas for the coloniality of power, which is for the decolonial concepts, focusing on, colonial hierarchies of race, knowledges, economy. So meaning they deconstruct these hierarchies. Hybridity, my students when I was teaching in UKM were very familiar with Homi Bhabha, Spivak, and so on. So, but we are moving away from Homi Bhabha. The last time I supervised was in 2023 before I retired, and another student coming back to me saying, I want to work on Homi Bhabha. So I said, please move away from Homi Bhabha. So, instead, I'm looking at pluriversality, which is a concept proposed by Escobar Mignolo, where they talk about many worlds, not just one world. Okay, double consciousness. You will be familiar with this by Dubois. So instead of talking about double consciousness, if you're native of Malaysia and you've gone to America and then you are caught in this 2 consciousness. But for decolonial theorists, they talk about fracture and epistemic disobedience, meaning you disobey structures that have been institutionalized. Ambivalence, again, Bhabha, mimicry, where there's this love-hate relationship between the colonized and the colonizer. So the colonized want to mimic the colonizer. So they are almost the same, but not quite. So I've taken that concept of ambivalence, but by looking at Guardian of Evening Mists, I look at the coexistence of violence and beauty, silence and voice, healing and wounding without closure. So we move away from binaries, it's black or white, by going towards pluriversality. Okay? And again, there's another concept of identity crisis or unbelonging. I don't belong here, sense of unbelonging. But with decolonial concepts is the decolonial belonging, meaning you belong across faith, across family lens. So it's not or neither or neither or nor or neither, but it's layered. So they accept various layers of sense of belonging. I will show this through my text. Then another one is national sovereignty, where there are definitions done by states or by certain agencies, such as in Malaysia, for example, like you are Malay, Chinese, Indian. These are all they've been defined by the state or by the constitution. But for those looking at decolonial concepts, we unframe that by looking at ordinary decolonial sovereignty. So I'm still using the word sovereignty, although it sounds lofty, but I'm looking at everyday dignity and agency through prayer, silence, refusal, and relationality based on the text I have used. So this is like a prototype of concepts which you may use for text that you want to read. Another one is linear historical progress, but we are abandoning that for decolonial concepts. So we talk about temporality being, like there's no sense. It doesn't have to be linear. It can be non-linear, cyclical, sacred, and so on. Okay, and of course, for post-colonial concept, we're looking at colonial discourse analysis, where you look at how colonial authority is represented and challenged. But for decolonial concepts, we look at how, so I'm borrowing from Maria Lugones. She looked at imposed binary gender and patriarchal norms and resistance images through lived practices. So I'm looking at the return. I mean, this is, I say to my students, this text has been done to death. And yet I am looking at it again, but from a decolonial perspective. So this is, for those who have not read this book, it's a coming-of-age novel that presents the life of Ravi, a young Malaysian boy of Indian descent, and he was caught between cultural traditions of his Indian ancestors and the English education and language that promise social mobility in the new nation of Malaysia. Okay, so if I look at the two readings, I were to use post-colonial reading, I would focus on identity crisis, double consciousness, because if you go through Google Scholar, for example, and look at how the return has been read, is Ravi has this double consciousness and so on. Focus on assimilation versus tradition. So Ravi's colonial education pulls him away from his ancestral practices. And then there's this tragedy of loss, fracture as crisis of identity, and the outcome is unresolved alienation. Okay, Ravi becomes distant from his roots. But if you were to use decolonial reading, it gives you different interpretations or different way of saying. So the fracture, there is still fracture, okay, but that fracture we see as a crack in narrative. And that's where we resist colonial dominance. And the fracture is being represented by Ravi's grandmother and Ravi's father. So previously, these two characters were seen as, like Naina, Ravi's father, later on in the novel, he was seen as mad. He couldn't understand the loss of land and so on, so he was seen as mad. But if you were to turn that around and see that it is Naina refusing colonial validation. Okay, so I'll go again. So I'm going very fast because I only got 20 minutes. So another one is Guardian of Evening Mist. So it's like 10 years, after the return. And this was written by Tan Tuan Eng. So this novel, so Tan Tuan Eng is a Malaysian Chinese writer living abroad, so diasporic Malaysian writer. And this novel was shortlisted for the Booker Prize. So, and it has been turned into a film about 2 or 3 years ago, right? So it's got some kind of valid, legitimacy that I've chosen it here. So it's a novel about trauma, memory, loss, silence, and the healing power of art. So the protagonist is Teo Yun Ling, a retired Supreme Court judge threatened by aphasia, which is loss of memory loss. So, and she had gone through trauma because her sister died during the Japanese occupation. And so so there is this love-hate relationship. She wants to hire this Japanese gardener to recreate the garden in memory of her dead sister who was killed by the Japanese. Okay, so it has been read as a novel about vengeance and revenge. So, but if you were to look at, so I've given you two ways of reading. So the one that I see a lot is survivors' trauma and ambivalence. Emphasis on colonial binaries, colonizer versus colonized, Japanese brutality versus Malaysian victimhood, ambivalence through mimicry, where there is instability of colonial authority as shown by the Japanese gardener. And Yun Ling's fractured identity shows the lasting wounds of colonial occupation and trauma. So so if you were to read from post-colonial reading, she never seems to get. She wants to relieve herself of that burden of trauma, but unable to do that if you were to read this text using post-colonial reading. But if you were to look at it through decolonial reading, you can see that ambivalence is seen as an coexistence. So she embodies contradictions, and it's okay to be contradictive. And because not all things can be resolved. So again, again, I choose it's a difficult word to pronounce, pluriversality, where she learns to live with both violence and beauty, memory and forgetting, silence and voice. And she doesn't privilege one over the other. Like, in post-colonial reading, one term is always privileged over the other, black or white. White is privilege. Colonized, colonizer. Colonizer is privilege. But from decolonial reading, you don't privilege one over the other. They coexist, whether in harmony or disharmony. Yun Ling's if you read the novel, silences and garden practices become forms of epistemic disobedience, where she debunks or deconstructs, institutionalized definitions of what it is to be traumatized and so on. And the outcome is acceptance of ambivalence itself as a way of living otherwise, a step towards pluriversality. Okay? Then I go to the third one. This is a Malay novel published this year. And this novel is written by, so compared to the two novels written by male Malaysian writers, this is written by a female Malaysian writer, N.F. Abdul Manaf. And there are 10 stories. So it's not, again, I am, I tell my students, do not mix your genres. If you're doing novels, you look at all novels. But I am mixing genres. So this is a collection of short stories. Okay, so I'm looking at that as fiction. And so it's about 10 stories of women, and every women in each of the texts, each of the stories, their stories will be, they are located everywhere in the world. They can be located in Jambu Rias, which is somewhere in Karak, Pahang, Liverpool, Adelaide, Ithaca, Beijing, Xi'an, Dhaka. So these women are everywhere. All right? And wherever they are, there are conflicts that they need to resolve. So, so I've taken the concept of ordinary sovereignty, meaning how do they, in a way, resolve, although it's not harmonious kind of resolution. Okay? I focus on one story. The story is called Mecca Madinah, or Madinah Mecca. And it's about, as usual, betrayal in marriage. The husband wants to take another wife. Okay? So if you were to read from a post-colonial reading, you will focus on victimhood. Malay Muslim women always has this anxiety whether the husband will or will not take another wife or another 2, 3 wives. They are allowed 4, maximum of 4. Okay, so Sarena is a woman constrained by patriarchal structures echoing colonial modern gender system. And you could read her through, you know, and again, even though it's not talking about women being in Malaysia or elsewhere, so the double consciousness here is the tension between tradition, marriage or family, and modern aspirations, like they wanting to go to work and the husband wants to stay at home and so on. So analytical frame how patriarchy and post-colonial modernity continue to marginalize women. So this is what I would have read it maybe, you know, a few years ago. So, and the outcome is tragic because she would be seen as someone, another Malay woman, another Malay Muslim woman, crushed by systemic structures. But if you were to read the other way, you know, through a decolonial lens, you see that she is silent, but through this silence, through prayers, through rituals, during her pilgrimage to Makkah, she reclaims her dignity. And the emphasis on agency, silence is not seen as weakness, which is what decolonial theorists talk about, but it's an action of epistemic disobedience, and so on. Okay, so I now go to this concept in Malaysia. We talk about diversity. So we say Malaysia truly Asia? We are diverse. So but pluriversality is not diversity. Okay, so in Malaysia we celebration of diversity and many cultures, but this model is state managed, is hierarchical. The Malay, Chinese, Indian, lain-lain, others, you are lain-lain. So these are all managed or defined by the institution or by the constitution. But decolonial practices talk about a world where many worlds fit. So it's a recognition of many coexisting worlds of meaning as equally valid. So ritual, faith, silence, memory, which may be seen as the soft option, but you don't rank them. So you see them as neither modern, traditional, central, or marginal. You don't see them as this is a marginal act of practice. Okay? So a world where many worlds fit, this is a Zapatista slogan in Mexico 1990s, adopted by decolonial theorists. Okay, a refusal of one universal modernity and the affirmation of many coexisting worlds of meaning. So if you were to look at the continuum based on 3 texts, you will see this, the post-colonial reading and then decolonial reading, and how they, you know, I'm not saying we reject post-colonial reading, but I'm saying that decolonial reading will give you maybe a richer interpretation, where you don't see certain people as victims. Okay? So this is the continuum I'm talking about based on the 3 texts. So maybe you will have different kinds of continuum based on the text you choose. So from fracture, ritual silences crack colonial authority, ambivalence in the second novel, sovereignty in the third novel, through ordinary dignity, prayer, and refusal. And by the end of it, they all will celebrate pluriversality, beyond boundaries, many worlds, many belongings exists. Okay? So some concerns. Okay, there are concerns using this theory. If we value silence, aren't we colluding with women's historical invisibility? Are we essentializing women as guardians of memory? Isn't decoloniality too abstract compared to material struggles? By citing Latin American theories, am I not reproducing dependency? I'm moving from, Umi Baba, Spivak to, so I let you think about this. Okay, but these are things I'm concerned about as well. So what are the implications for Malaysian literary futures? maybe we can revise canon. We can look at if previously canonical Malaysian texts have been read to invalidate silences or repetitions or fragmentations, perhaps we can revise this. Foregrounding women's embodied knowledge, we go beyond Eurocentric validation toward pluriversal futures, and we see literature as a method of imagining otherwise. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ruzy. Okay, so next up we'll have Dr. Fiona. Yeah, okay. So next up we'll have Dr. Fiona Lee. She's a literary and cultural studies scholar who explores histories of Cold War decolonization and post-colonial capitalist development, among other topics.
Disrupted. So the prompt given to us was to talk about decolonization in English and literature. And so like Prof. Ruzy, I thought I would draw from my own research and talk about Malaysian literature in English as a way of addressing the concerns of this seminar. But unlike Prof. Ruzy, and I'm really glad that she did this, she focused on very specific texts. I'm going to kind of give you a sweeping overview and try and draw some insights in response to the question of decolonization that we are grappling with over the weekend. And I do not have slides, so I'm going to ask you to exercise your listening faculties in my session. So what can the history of Malaysian literature in English teach us about the work of decolonization? Is it possible to decolonize in English, a language that came to this part of the world through British imperial rule? This was a question with which many Malaysian Anglophone writers born in the late colonial era and educated in English medium schools, as well as many of their counterparts in former European colonies around the world, grappled with in the wake of national independence. To this question, some people answered no. The Malaysian writer, arguably most well known for taking this position, is Muhammad Haji Saleh. Studying English literature had cultivated in him a love for the language, and in the 1960s, he became part of an emerging generation of Malaysian and Singaporean writers whose work used English as a second tongue to depict local life and landscapes. However, it was his engagements with Angkatan Sastrawan 50, Asas 50, the Generation 50 writers of 1950, a group of writers known for their anti-colonial nationalist efforts to modernize Malay literature and the commitment to produce art for society, that led Muhammad to cease writing poems in English in the early 1970s and to contribute from that point onwards to the world of Malay letters. Reflecting on this decision several decades later, Muhammad Haji Saleh speaks of feeling guilty for writing in English and a sense of responsibility towards contributing to his literary heritage, which he thought had been systematically devalued and from which he had been alienated by his colonial education in English literature. Citing the Kenyan author Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who gave up writing in English in favor of his native Gikuyu in an effort to decolonize the mind, he is the one who gave us this phrase, Muhammad Haji Saleh framed his own decision as part of his own personal journey of decolonization. In the field of post-colonial literary studies, positions taken by writers like Ngugi and Muhammad Haji Saleh are often compared to that of another African writer, Chinua Achebe from Nigeria. He famously declared about English, quote, "I have been given the language and I intend to use it, unquote. Achebe went on to clarify that he was not going to use English in the manner that the colonial masters had taught him, but instead he sought to Africanize it. And along these lines, the Indian author Salman Rushdie claimed that writers like him and Achebe from former colonies who wrote in English were writing back to empire, right, riffing on the Star Wars movie to suggest that an instrument of conquest could be repurposed as a tool of resistance. So in Malaysia, Anglophone writers like Ee Tiang Hong and Wong Pui Nam, among others, initially agonized over whether writing in a language bequeathed by the colonizers was simply a case of monkey see, monkey do. And also, what exactly did it mean to write an English literature that is Malaysian? However, following the 1971 pro-Bumiputra New Economic Policy passed in the wake of the 1969 May 13 riots, which was also accompanied by the conversion of all English medium schools in the country to Malay and the formulation of a national cultural policy declaring that only works written in Malay would count as national literature, their ambivalence towards English was replaced with a conviction that Anglophone writing was undoubtedly Malaysian and a sense of disillusionment that the government had failed to recognize it as such. So for writers like Wong, Yi, and Shirley Gyoklin Lim, English appealed precisely because it defied the racialist language ideologies that had fueled the heated debates over education policies between Malay language defenders and Chinese medium educationists in the late 1960s, and which have routinely flared up in subsequent decades, right? This idea that if I'm Malay, I have to defend the Malay language. If I'm Chinese, I have to defend Chinese, and so on. English is not so neatly tied up with signifying race. In this regard, Malaysian literature in English might thus be characterized not so much as just writing back to empire, but also writing back against post-colonial ethno-nationalism and racialism as well. So the contestations over what language counts as national literature may well be seen as a battle between different ideas of what Malaysia should be, and one that's being fought in the arena of literature and culture. But rather than dwell on the much beloved issue of what is Malaysian identity and who gets to define Malaysian identity, our seminar's focus on decolonization compels us to interrogate the idea of nation itself. Is nation building, just because it signals the end of colonial rule, equivalent to decolonization? Is writing in one's native or mother tongue as opposed to English in and of itself a practice of decolonization? Or to put the question in a different way, is de-Westernization the same thing as decolonization? Of course, while it matters to an extent what language is being used, what is actually being said also carries weight. But what I'd like for us to also consider is the possibility that the laudable goal of redressing inequalities that are against one's own favor, right, when you are the party that is disenfranchised from structures of inequality, when you want to do that, but when that can also turn into a means of reinforcing a different set of hierarchies in one's own interest. In the early decades of nation building, the Malaysian government sought to redress colonial linguistic hierarchies that made English the prestige language by curbing its presence in favor of promoting Malay as the national lingua franca to foster unity across its diverse ethno-linguistic peoples. The recognition of Malay as the sole national language goes hand in hand with the constitutionally recognized special position of the Malays, later extended to include the native peoples of Sabah and Sarawak on account of their Bumiputra status. Yet, when it came to formulating the definition of national literature for the National Cultural Policy, Malay language proponents averred that the languages of non-Malay indigenous peoples could not be considered national literature on the basis that they lacked a written tradition, right, unlike in the Malay language. So why challenge the primacy of Western-centric languages, right, inequality against one's own interests, while citing at the same time Western-centric definitions of literature that privilege written over oral cultures? So while we might view the adoption of a Western-centric definition of literature as an example of how post-colonial nation building has failed to interrogate Western epistemologies, the more important questions perhaps that we should be asking are not so much whether the knowledge that we are adopting is Westernized or not, but maybe For what purposes and in whose interests? And at what or whose expense are such ideas, whether they are Western or not, being appropriated? What exactly are we using these ideas for? After all, the Malaysian government has, since its policy of reducing the prestige status of English in Malaysia in favor of promoting Malay, has long shifted its stance to now promoting the use of English on the basis of its being the language of the global economy. For us to describe the government's stance as reflecting a westernized mindset is to miss the point that since the 1980s, Malaysia's pursuit of post-colonial capitalist development and economic liberalization has been conceived as a means of competing against Western economic hegemony. Capitalism may have been a system of Western colonial economic extraction and exploitation, but it has certainly been nativized across Asia, and as some of the artworks showcased in the exhibition highlight, wreaked environmental destruction, resulted in the loss of ancestral cultural knowledge, as well as widened social inequality, created greater economic precarity, labor exploitation, wars, etc., and so on. So if we can recognize English as a Malaysian language, might we not then also say that capitalism has also become a Malaysian, indeed a truly Asian ideology? The government's efforts to improve English fluency to challenge Western economic domination should then invite us to reevaluate the uses of English to write back to empire, or in our seminar's case, the use of English as a medium for critically reflecting on and engaging in the work of decolonization. I don't think I need to explain to you that English is required to get a seat at the table in this room, to get a seat at a table in international arenas of power, whether they be sites of cultural representation, grant funding, knowledge exchange, decision-making about resource distribution, etc., etc. For those of us with access to these platforms, it's important that we use them to tell marginalized stories, to recover suppressed histories, to speak truth to power. All of that is very important work. But at the same time, we should also recognize that having to do this work in English is to inhabit rather than challenge linguistic hierarchies that render knowledge and voices in other languages less well heard. This contradiction should be at the forefront of our minds, if only to keep us honest, because it's all too easy for the well-intentioned work of highlighting oppressed voices to slip into extractivism, where the people who speak about marginalized groups gain cultural and other forms of capital without necessarily bringing any material change to the people they speak for. As we have seen all too often, cultural work in the name of representational diversity and inclusion, however well-meaning, can appear to challenge status quo at the surface level, but at the same time continue masking systemic and structural inequalities. Here, come, speak. But meanwhile, right, the same old goes on. So to wrap up, we might return to the question that I asked at the beginning. Is it possible to engage in the work of decolonization in English? But maybe the more important and urgent question is, how do we work towards a world where English is not the default or requisite tool we need to engage in decolonization? And perhaps that's the challenge before us, speaking in English, doing the work of decolonization. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much, Prof. and Doctor, for such enlightening presentations. So my question is from Prof. Ruzy, as a dedicated devotee of your work. So I'm always drawn to your focus on the silences of women characters, Prof. But I have this dilemma in me, because a lot of silencing of female characters are misogynistic and patriarchal in nature. So I'm just wondering, how do you as scholars and me also, how do we operationalize silences from oppression to resistance? So how do you establish silence, how do you use silence to establish a fracture in which resistance can emerge when we read perhaps texts that are problematic in nature? So that is my question to you. Thank you so much. You want to go next? We can take a... Okay.
Thank you for the question. Okay, so what I'm saying, I think, what I've said just now is, and I think you get the sense of if silence is valued and women being silenced again, right? So when we read, we look at for example, the stories I read, the 3 that I read, the silence that the characters have chosen to manifested silence, is chosen by them. So you have to see who is the actor in this silencing. So we know that sometimes the silence is forced on them, but in these stories the silence is chosen by the characters. So that is a form of epistemic disobedience.
Thank you for both your presentations. I have a question, and I'm going to throw this out there. Is it right, with so much conflict in the world, that the rhetoric that we see, that you've just spoken, is very much orientated towards resistance and almost encouraging conflict? And I think, personally, we need to start thinking about our humanity more. And of course, it's empowerment, for women's rights, for subjugated populations around the world. But if we're always using it and using the rhetoric of conflict, then are we not contributing to the increasing turmoil that we're seeing and experiencing in the world by using those very phrases? I personally feel, at my stage of life as a 64-year-old, we need to start moving towards engagement and understanding and tolerance and empathy, rather than talking always about resistance and conflict, because this is why the world is in the position that it is now. Because that's our form of rhetoric and language that we're currently using.
Yeah, I'm asking, I am proposing for us to read against the grain. When writers write, there's always a position they have for us. It would be the position of the writers themselves. So as readers, we need to read against what is meant for you. So for example, let's say a writer wants us to be sympathetic to a certain character, and we feel sympathetic towards them, it has been constructed in such a way. So reading in this way, we are deconstructing, but I don't think it's taking up weapons and so on. As I said, decolonial theories, they tell us, or they want us to see, as I said just now, what's the word? Many worlds, many knowledges, many belongings coexisting. So it's not as though I'm taking only one aspect of it. So it's for me, it's harmonious kind of existence, shouldn't be a conflict. So yeah.
I guess my response is the language and rhetoric of struggle what is causing conflict, Or is deep inequality and great injustice what's giving rise to struggle, and rightly so? I mean, one way power exerts itself is, benevolence. Just use English, what's the problem? Everybody speaks it, right? And no, struggle, fight, conflict. That's what's causing the conflict. So I think it's, we should not mistake, what is the cause. I'm with you about, we want to end conflict. We end it by ending inequality. We end it by ending injustice, not asking people who are struggling for rights, for equality, for a better way of life when others have so much more, to stop struggling. I think I would like to reframe that, to think about it as, are our modes of resistance perpetuating certain forms of oppression by other means, right? Like, just because one has been in the position of the victim and the oppressed fighting back doesn't necessarily make whatever you're doing the higher ground or the better thing. Like, sure, but I think it might be more productive to then say, like, let's not, perpetuate the language of conflict, but then to say, how we fight back and how we struggle also matters in not reproducing those same structures and modes of oppression, towards others and by other means.
Actually, I wanted to also ask, because I didn't really follow the discussion very well. I have a question for Ruzy and Fiona, but just to follow up on what you were saying, you said something about the phraseology being conflictual. Yes. Okay, could you give an example of that so we can understand?
Well, I was just looking at the wording where we talk about decolonizing resistance. Those terms in my mind are not showing an element of empathy to say, first of all, there's a historical reference. We can't change history. What we can do is learn from the historical references in our past and hopefully make something better for the future. That's a very idealistic approach. But I think currently in the world where we have so much conflict, if communities want to gain voice, show self-expression, build up an understanding of their particular circumstances for a wider audience,
You know, I can understand what you're saying, but I think the choice of language, the decision to be confrontational, to be oppositional, to seek empathy or not, is really contextual. I think, you know, if you come from a society like the Philippines, Spanish colonization had severely brutalized, and as Jose Rizal termed it, animalized the Filipinos. I don't think they saw any point in seeking empathy from the colonizer, right? And their very caustic anti-colonial thought comes out in their literature. Okay, let's take the colonization of Palestine. That's not historical. Yeah, and I don't think the Palestinians, their anti-colonial resistance was very subdued in the 20s, in the 40s, in the 50s, up to the 60s, and a lot of it was discursive, literary works. You had scholars writing about. They were among the first to use the term settler colonialism. Faiz Sayyak, George Jabur, and then much. This was in the 60s, and then you had the time when they're throwing stones, Intifada, and still they got no sympathy. Certainly not from the colonizers and not from the world. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Can I cut this short?
Okay. All right. Okay. So anyway, so I think in the case of Malaysia, where we experience a rather benign colonialism in comparison to Indonesia or the Philippines or certainly Palestine, India, then maybe the choice of language, the phraseology would be different. But anyhow, my question for Ruzy and Fiona. So for Ruzy, I really appreciate very much this, talking about the distinction between post-colonial theory and decolonial thought. That's not done much, and certainly in our context, it's hardly ever discussed. But I want to ask you two things. In your application of post-colonial approach and decolonial approach to the study of these texts, where does Malay world anti-colonial discourse come in, right? Because you're talking about the kind of Indian, English, or British, African traditions in post-colonial thought, as opposed to the Latin American tradition, the modernity, coloniality project, or what we call decolonial thought. And these are legitimate and they're very interesting ideas. But what about Malay world thinking? We have 50, 60 years of Malay world, not just from Malaysia, but from the region, Philippines and Indonesia in particular. How does that come in? And what are the possibilities of using these ideas, perhaps within a decolonial framework, which you favor, or the opposite, incorporating a decolonial framework into a Malay world perspective. And related to that, since you're talking about foregrounding women's embodied knowledge, you have gynocritical thinking. And we have one of our scholars, Prof, what's her name, Noor Hayati Abdurrahman. She uses gynocritical thinking. She's written a book on Indonesian and Malaysian literature. So how would you integrate that into your framework? So that's my question for you. And for Fiona, so this thing about language, it's a very old issue, of course, and it's still not resolved. But what I wanted to ask you was that if we were to really try to deal with this issue, can't we critique the problems of Eurocentrism, the false universalisms of Eurocentrism, the silencing, the distortions, and all the different traits we associate with Eurocentric discourse in any field, in literature, in sociology, and so on, in history, and do that in English. I mean, can one actually? The question as to whether English is a Malaysian language and whether English can be a vehicle of decolonizing, I think can only be answered if we can show that it can be used to to actually de-imperialize or de-Eurocentricize knowledge. So what is our answer to that? And if we agree that we can, and I think Ngugi wa Thiong'o agreed that he could. He went back to writing in English, right? And if we agree that English is a Malaysian language, I would still say, or would you agree, that Malay still has to be a language of discourse, right? Because it's not because one has to be able to communicate in Malay. It has to be developed as a literary and scientific language, and more importantly, it is a repository of ideas and concepts, as any language is, right? It's not just English. But the solution to, the answer to the question about English, what are the actual arguments in terms of whether it can or cannot decolonize? I mean, the argument that you are reproducing the orientation of the colonizer, I think it's too abstract. I would like to know in more concrete terms, what is the problem with English, according to those who are against the use of English? What is the problem with English that it cannot be used to decolonize? Or for those who say that it can be used to decolonize, how can it be used to decolonize? In the same way that Malay can be used, or any other language. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof, for the question. I think what I'm saying is that, for example, silences, rituals that I see the women in the text, the one written by N.F. Abdul Manaf. These are practices that are known to be synonymous with, say, with women, for example. So therefore, when they use this as a way of resisting, for example, purposely not saying anything, that is a method of resistance. And you talk about the body as well, like women who cover themselves, they find liberty in being covered, and they've got certain reasons for those. Although because in the Quran it says it is best to cover yourself, but if you read the Quran, it says women after. And I may be touching, difficult terrains here. Women who no longer have monthly menstruation, they don't need to cover. So when you feel that you are where you don't have any more sexual desires for the opposite sex, there is no need to cover yourself. But you see a lot of women in Malaysia, even if they are in their 90s, they still cover. So some of it is adat, traditional practices that have been in practice for a long time. So there are certain practices where women are given a lot more flexibility, but they may not use those flexibility so easily, and this may be due to traditional practices which they have inherited, and therefore it's difficult to break with those traditions.
The response to the question of, so what exactly is the rationale, right, for not being able to use English as a tool of decolonization. And the answer was in kind of the remarks that you gave. When both Ngugi and Muhammad Haji Saleh offered the rationale that there's nothing inherently wrong with writing in English, right? But it's that if I devote all my energies to writing in English, I'm enriching this language more. I'm bringing my African traditions, my Malay traditions, and whatever traditions to enriching the English language. What I'm neglecting is, Gikuyu, my language, which I'm not adding more resources, giving new creative blood, etc. Right? So it's kind of what energy are you giving language to? And interestingly, both Ngugi and Muhammad Haji Saleh did not give up entirely English, right? They switched to writing, in Malay and in Gikuyu, but they continued to hold on to the practice of translation because they knew that English was, if they wanted to be read, they need by the world, right? Not just people who could read in their native tongues. They knew that they had to translate into English. And that's my point, right? So it's not that there's something inherent in English or any other European languages that were imposed on the colonies that's inherently colonial, but it is the reality that we live in a world where there are linguistic hierarchies and that certain languages gives you certain access to spaces of power, and not having that language denies you access. And so to me, the question is not so much of, can you use English to decolonize? Well, of course you can, right? But the problem becomes that we mistake, right, using English as the tool for decolonization as the endpoint, right? Rather than it not being that, but the point is, right, like so that, this doesn't have to be the tool that you have so that you can fight, right? So that access to spaces of power doesn't depend on you having to have fluency in this language. That, to me, is the much tougher work, actually. And I think for myself, where my job is, I teach English literature in the classroom. How do I do that? Is kind of yeah, that's the work. How do I do that? Exactly. Exactly, like the fact that, but it is pragmatic, you would have to use it. And I'm not arguing against pragmatism. I would win no points with my students when they stop learning English, everyone, because it's colonial. Like, excuse me, I need a job, right? I need access to, of course, but that is precisely the issue that we need to undo, that it is because it is the pragmatic choice that we have to learn English. And I'm saying that is the work here, that we have to make it where it's no longer pragmatic, right? Where it's not the only option, the only way, right? Like that is the work of decolonization to me.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I have many questions to two of you, but maybe time is limited. So, and I only have one question to Dr. Ruzy. And thank you very much for the presentation. And you have you showed two perspectives, like post-colonial and also decolonization. And so, in that case, and how do you consider about the transformation or differences among the leadership or among the generation? For example, many of you know that the Doll's House and the famous play by Ibsen. So, typical story and lovely and beautiful wife will go out of the house, and where you didn't have any problem, but she faced the injustice and the problem with the partner. So anyway, and so it's very interesting to see younger generation in Japan said, and why do you have to go out? You have rich life, you don't have any problem, and you can settle down and settle the problem with the partner anyhow. So why do you have to do that? So because among according to your three works you present, so all of them, and Ruby explains that they kept silence and quiet, and after that, and they try to resist. Yes. But the young people might see something different. Because so younger generation of Japanese students have something like that. Why do you have to go out of the house? Yes, because you are a housewife, you don't have any financial problem, and you can talk with your husband anyhow, so you can keep pretty dress and pretty nice social life. Yes. How do you think about the younger generation might have different concept? In that case, and you have to have some other discussion like a post-colonization or post-decolonization. How do you think about that?
Thank you, Marco. Okay, I think when you talk about I was in that position once because I gave a talk about women's oppression in Malaysia, and there were male professors said, oppression? We've never seen you being oppressed. So oppression means different things to different people. So in the case of the young students you talk about, to them they are happy being at home, dressed nicely for the husband. I don't need to work. I've got I am financially dependent on my husband, but I don't need to be anxious about it. But the lived realities of many women is you need to be financially independent. You need to be able to go out. If I choose to work, you should be able to go to work if you want to. So to me, that's to be given the choices. But if let's say the choice for certain women is to stay at home, to be financially dependent, that's fine. As long as the choice is yours, it's not imposed on you.
Okay, I'm afraid that's all the time we have, but before we move on, can we thank both speakers?
Professor Farid Alatas. It's our turn. It's our turn. Yeah, we're on. Right now, yeah. I don't think we have a break though. Are you okay? Do you need 5 minutes? Thank you. Prof, are you going already, Prof? Okay, please. Yeah, please do. Please ask Prof Farid a lot of questions. Like the way she asks you a lot of questions. Yeah, it's our session now. People are waiting. It's 3:15. Yeah. That late, yes. So can you take your seat, your august seat next to Prof Leon? There's a screening. We can, because I think Prof Leon said there's a screening. Oh, so if we switch off the projector? The feedback thing. Okay, all right. Okay, hello everyone. So welcome to the last session. My name is Ruby. I shall be your moderator, person telling everyone to behave. So we have two very esteemed speakers with us. Save the best for the last. So we'll start with Professor Syed Farid Alatas. So he is a professor based in Singapore, National University of Singapore. And then also a visiting professor in University Malaya, a world-class sociologist who specializes in lots of fields, to be honest, but Ibn Khaldun, autonomous knowledge, you name it. Very influential among young scholars in Malaysia. All right. So, and then we have Professor Leon with us. Let me just, sorry, Prof. I'm just going to look at your introduction, okay? A professor of, yes. But see, I'm sorry I didn't do my homework. Oh no, please don't. I'm paid to do this, unfortunately. All right, so Prof. Leon is a professor of art history at the Open University and art editor of Wasafiri magazine. I believe some of you are familiar with the magazine. Yes, has curated a lot of exhibitions. And this is my first time engaging with you, Prof. So I'm very looking forward to it. So we'll start with Prof. Farid and then Prof. Leon, okay? So everyone please give a round of applause to our both speakers.
Thanks very much, Ruby. How many minutes do I have? The same, yeah? As
20 technically, but we can stretch you to 30.
No. I think hopefully just 10 to 15 minutes. So I suppose I want to say a few words about the exhibition. And how I feel I have learnt about decolonizing the mind from the exhibition, from art, right? And then to make a few general comments about decolonization. Talking about, yeah, I know how to use a mic. I accidentally turned it off. So looking at the exhibition, what I gathered yesterday was that, first of all, the picture of the degrees, the certificates, right? Okay, and I guess the idea is that, who are they to talk about decolonization when they have their degrees from the West? And that's the idea, right? And we frequently hear this idea. We frequently hear the idea that, how can you decolonize? How can you be critical of Eurocentrism when you studied in the West, and and in Malaysia itself, many of our lecturers, our professors have studied in the West. So how can you actually decolonize, right? And this is actually a false argument. I mean, this is it's not. It's not it doesn't hold any water, because the fact is you can decolonize in English or in any European language, and in fact the anti-colonial movement in the 50s, in the 60s was waged in not only in English but in French. I mean, some of the most important thinkers, Aimé Césaire, Frantz Fanon, Albert Memmi, and others were writing in French, right? And also, you can be thoroughly Eurocentric and have a captive mind and not know any European language. And we know this from our own work, from our own context, right? People who write in Malay, who are thoroughly Eurocentric and have no clue about what is problematic about the way they are writing. So decolonization is about the mind. Being colonial in mentality is about the mind. Yeah, and whether you are decolonial or colonial, that can be articulated in any language. So I think this is important. But anyway, so given that their certificates do not mean that they cannot decolonize, all right, so what do we learn about decolonization from the rest of the exhibition? Well, the world is problematic, right? And that I'm referring to the marbling, the Ebru of Jacob. Jacob, yeah. Jacob's not here, right? Ah, you're here. Okay, Jacob, yeah. So I was telling Jacob, Jacob, but that marbling that you've done, right? It's beautiful, right? But yet you are saying it reflects the pollution of the contaminated rivers, yeah. But he made a good point. He said that when you look at the rivers from, did you say from space? Or it looks beautiful. The contamination looks beautiful. And I guess to me, that sort of suggests the idea that the world, our political economy, development, it's very seductive. It's actually beautiful, we feel, right? And we feel, until you experience the dark side of modernity, right? Otherwise, it can be quite seductive. You go to the malls, the smells, the beautiful, works, behind the windows, right? It's all very beautiful, but we're not always thinking about the dark side of it. So that's development, and this kind of development is what has been brought to us in the course of centuries, since the beginnings of colonization, has been brought to us by Euro-American capitalism, which was colonial. Capitalism is colonial. Capitalism forever needs markets. It needs to expand, and it expanded from almost from day one with colonialism, right? That is, I think, the decolonial story about capitalism. So development today is it's a colonial legacy, and we live in the age of course, neocolonialism, or what the decolonial scholars call coloniality, along with all the problems that are stated on Anis panel. The blue, especially the blue panel, right? That's actually a theory of development, a theory of political economy, in a sense, right? It's sort of summarized very efficiently on that the panel on on national, town, city planning. And then finally, so we can understand the problems of the world today because we have built our societies, our communities, our state after the image of Western countries, towns, cities, probably in a bad way. We are bad imitations, right? Many Western towns and cities are better planned than ours are. So there's a kind of erring modernization gone wrong on our part. So finally, we have been saying, those involved in decolonizing are saying that let's look towards indigenous communities and other non-Western traditions, both intellectual traditions as well as practical traditions. Like indigenous communities are important because of the knowledge they have about how to live with the environment that doesn't have this artificial distinction between nature and humans and nature, right? And I think we have yet to take our indigenous communities seriously along those lines. Yeah? So this is basically what I gather personally from the exhibits. And I think all of us will have a different understanding of what the exhibition teaches us about decolonizing. But I wanted to then go on to add that when we think about decolonizing, there is we need to to go beyond the idea that Eurocentrism is about the denigration of the native. It's about European biases, Western biases. It's a lot more than that. And in fact, in scholarship, in Western scholarship on the Global South, they have actually gone beyond biases. You know, this denigration of natives biases, that's a feature of 19th century anthropology and sociology, geography. I don't think it's the case today. But there are other problems that make the scholarship Eurocentric. There are the false universalisms. To me, this is a central trait of Eurocentrism, false universalism. Right? The example I usually give is from the 1492 conquest of America, which even in our textbooks in Malaysia, you might be interested to know, is referred to as the discovery of America. Right? Even in our textbooks, even if the textbooks are in Malay, the term is the discovery of America, so much so that this is seen to be a fact, that America was discovered in 1492, right? When it is actually a European, more specifically a Spanish discovery of America, because they didn't know about America. It's not a human discovery of America, but a European experience finding America is generalized to be the experience of humanity. Fast forward to the present, or to the very recent past, the same thing about Palestine, since we're talking about Eurocentrism, and so the example now is from Zionism as Eurocentrism. There was a well-known American rabbi in the 1930s, Stephen Samuel Weiss. He spoke, this was maybe about 20 years after the Balfour Declaration. He famously said to the British that a Palestine, how do you say? I would say to England, an Arab Palestine is a threat to Great Britain and a menace to the world. And a Jewish Palestine is an asset to Great Britain and a blessing to the world. Now here again, a European, in this case Zionist, experience, desire, wish, and perception of the facts is generalized to be that of humanity, right? So an Arab Palestine is bad for humanity. A Jewish Palestine is a blessing for humanity. So to me, this is the problem. This is the problem. And now education, just about. I asked people around. I didn't do research, but I just asked. The phrase "discovery of America," in almost every language. In Arabic, it is what is it? Turkish, right? The phrase is the discovery of America in your textbooks. In Arabic, in Persian, in every language, Malay. Yeah. The other one, favorite example of mine is the Crusades. Again, here you have a false universalism. We think that the term Crusades reflects an objective reality, an objective, of what actually happened. Crusades, the term was used by the Europeans because they peddled the idea that it was a war of Christianity against Islam. The Muslims in Palestine during the Crusades never used the term Crusades and didn't call the Europeans Crusaders. They called them Franks. They spoke Arabic. They used the word Faranj or Efranj, which comes from Franks. They did not see it as a war of Christianity against Islam. They saw the Crusaders as European invaders. After all, the European invaders killed Eastern Christians as they made their way to Palestine. Right? It's only in the 19th century that people in the Muslim world started to adopt the term Crusades. And that's also found in the textbooks and so on. This is during the colonial period, in other words. But yet, when we use the term crusade, we take this unproblematically as a reflection of reality, as an objective fact, right? So, I think we have yet to scratch the surface of how our education is, is permeated by this kind of by Eurocentrism. And this false universalism is just one trait of Eurocentrism. There are several others, but I know I don't have time to discuss them. Well, there's a silencing, for example. Everywhere in the third world, in the global south, pick any discipline: sociology, anthropology, geography. University students will take foundational courses on the history of sociology or introduction to sociological theory or political theory. The canon is Western. As if during the formative period of the social sciences in Europe, as if there were no thinkers, scholars in Asia and Africa who were thinking systematically about society that can be said to be founders of sociology or anthropology and so on, right? And also as if there were no women even in Europe who thought systematically about society. Because pick up most textbooks on, for example, political theory or sociological theory, there are no women founders, generally. There's no reference to women founders of these disciplines, right? So you have androcentrism, not only Eurocentrism as a problem. Okay. So you have this silencing as another feature, another characteristic of Eurocentrism. Now, I won't go through the other features, but I want to just conclude with this, that as we critique Eurocentrism, very important to critique Eurocentrism, and as we decolonize knowledge, we need to be aware of some problems that we should avoid. We have to recognize our own evils. In Malaysia, for example, the very people, some, who critique Eurocentrism and who want to decolonize knowledge are ethno-nationalists. And they are also engaging in trafficking, they traffic in false universalisms, in silencing, and so on and so forth, right? Some of these people are even saying, for example, that the Chinese, the Malaysian Chinese are settler colonialists. This is, it's theoretically wrong, and it's also very dangerous kind of discourse, right? We have sectarianism as a hegemonic orientation, right? So we have our own problems. And then also we have nativism. So we go to the other extreme. We are as ethnocentric as the Eurocentrism that we criticize. When people say, for example, to decolonize, we should stop citing white scholars, for example, right? Yeah, very dangerous ideas. When we secondly, when we decolonize, let's not erase history. This thing about changing names. They want to change the name of Georgetown. You want to change this name and that name, change the name of streets and so on. I'm not sure I agree with that, right? Because the danger is you're erasing history. What is important, as I was saying, the other day, I was giving a talk and I mentioned the same issue. Sometimes you have to change names because the names are too offensive. So obviously, you're not if a street is called Jalan Adolf Hitler, yeah, that's a bit too offensive. I think we need to change that, okay? Yeah, or Jalan in Malay means street, right? Jalan Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, maybe we should change. That's very offensive. But we have Jalan Conley here in KL, right? What are the other names of British? Yeah. Now, I don't think anyone's offended by Jalan Conley, right? Or I don't know, in Penang you may have Francis Light or whatever. What is important is that the mentality towards Conley, the mentality towards Light, that we understand colonial history, we understand and we decolonize our minds, then the rest of it is history. And retaining the names is just a recognition of the history. We're not going to get rid of the textbooks of the colonial officers. Richard Winstead's work on Malay literature, for example, we're not going to get rid of it because there's Eurocentrism in the work, right? Because there is some use in his work, and also, even if the work is thoroughly Eurocentric, it's a matter of historical record, and we need to know the work, right? So that's one. So don't do that. Don't be nativist. And don't be, the other issue is don't be performative. You know, it's not just about diversity, it's not just about having, you know, a woman on the panel for the group photo, or as in Malaysia, we always have a Sikh in the past, you know, in the 70s, we always had a Sikh in the photo, right? Because the Sikh is obviously Indian, because of the turban and so on, right? So that's for the group photo. Yeah, but actually, you know, it's really, it's token, basically. So we have to avoid that. And lastly, I want to say, don't confine decolonization to academia. We have to engage with the public, and we also have to learn from the public, right? I was very grateful to Kamal. Kamal's not here. Kamal introduced me to the Orang Asli Writer Mahat, right? Whose novel, he's not a scholar, he's not an academic, but his novel introduced me to certain ideas and certain concepts. The idea of taming, jinnah, in Malay the word jinnah, how the British made a distinction between the tame and the wild Orang Asli, right? And so that idea of jinnah and the concept of penjinakan is very interesting, which I learned from him, right? So we have a lot to learn when we want to decolonize, and that's why we have to go beyond the confines of academia. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to give the floor to Prof. Leon.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Yeah, I feel as though I should just sort of tear up my notes now, because I feel as though you've kind of covered so much. And also, I was going to sort of change gear a little bit and talk a little bit about the exhibition and offer a note of thanks to a range of individuals. But I'm quite tempted to take on some of the themes of your and respond. And the matter of silence, for example, is one that after having quite a thorough sort of post-colonial education, as I did in the 1990s in Britain, I did feel that I was at in a bit of a quandary as to what to do. There seemed to be little place or role for me in taking forward my discipline, working my discipline, which was art history. And so, yeah, lots of dilemmas, I think, faced me at the time. And I haven't kind of gone gladly into, I've tried to face those challenges, and I get it wrong a lot. So yeah, so bear with me. I wondered if I could start by just mentioning, you know, like the rationale for today's seminar, which is coming at the end. Maybe I should have said this at the beginning. Rebecca, who is somewhere in the background, I think had the idea to have a seminar as part of a package of measures and steps that we would take in making, helping to make the project, Reframe Resist, a meaningful project that went beyond just a sort of a presentation of art to a public. And part of that as well is a book publication, which I might say a little bit more about. And you might wonder, where are the artists? So those of you who were here yesterday will have heard the artists, some of them standing up. Jacob's just leaned out to say, hey, I'm here. I think you might be the only last, oh, yeah, of course Rupesh is there as well. Hi, do you want to put your hands up? Do you mind? Rupesh, and no, you don't want to put your hand up. You all know him already, that's why. Rupesh is here, Jacob's there just by the camera at the back. They obviously haven't spoken today, and I think maybe we should try and find some space, not maybe, we should try and find some space for them to speak before the end of the day. If there are any questions for them, if they wouldn't mind taking questions, I think that would be good. We tried to do a little bit of that yesterday. We had a curatorial tour as well of the space. So there was a lot more in the way of kind of involvement of the artists there. I hope you agree with me when I say that today has been a really quite a full, well-rounded and rich and engaging day of presentations and discussion. So maybe you do, maybe you agree, but I feel that it has been that. And I want to thank you as the audience for coming. To thank the artists, I've mentioned Jacob and Rupesh just now, but also Ida, Reza, Anna Safandi, Boon and Kai Ting, who aren't with us at the moment. And also, once again, to thank the British Council for its support. The director, Florence Lambert, was here yesterday, but along with her colleague, Khadija Turner, and Erica Chong as well. So the project is supported through the British Council. So straight away, I mean, we found ourselves in a kind of with a contradiction. What we didn't want to have is a kind of British Council puppetry of artists and curators and an audience ultimately here in Malaysia around the theme of decolonisation. That just seemed to be wrought with contradictions and difficulties. And I think really what we've tried to do is just encourage and enable artistic responses to the theme and the process of decolonisation through the visual arts, and to have a discussion around that, rather than to impose any particular sort of narrow view, rather than to be prescriptive in any way. And the various partners in the project have, you know, helped to make that happen in a really big way. And they both here and abroad, Kate McMillan here from King's College in London included, all the collaborators, including members of the jury or the evaluation panel that selected the speakers, I'd like to thank. And obviously I've thanked you as well as speakers at this weekend's launch event and seminar. The Living History Project, Liana, Bobby Wong was here earlier, I think, and the Asia We Foundation, and the work of Syed as well as Neda Zorgi. The organisation Harta, which continues to support us, Chaw and all of the staff here, and the designer of our booklet, Victor, who, if you haven't seen this or laid hands on this yet, I hope there are copies for everyone, and that you'd be happy to take one of these away with you. And most of all, I'd like to thank Rebecca Yeoh for who continues to be a pleasure to work with, and thanks for that. So, yeah, I mean, since I've got all those thanks out of the way, and I should probably put those all at the end. But anyway, why not put them at the beginning? I think to think briefly about the exhibition and to just think about the wider project that it comes from. I'll just do that for a moment. So, what we try to do with the project is to highlight the value of decolonisation as a term, as a process, as an idea, as a problematic idea in some cases, and to do so in a way that wouldn't divide arts audiences. It wouldn't bring about conflict and difficulty, but to support a process of healing and of care as well. Reframe Resist, I think, was designed to be a kind of call to action amongst artists, not to dismiss or sort of promote any particular idea around the concept, nor any particular community or society, nor any particular method or any sort of school of thought, but to encourage a line of questioning and exploration through creativity itself. And along the way, there are many, many, many pitfalls, like as you were just saying, as many of us have highlighted. And there are also lots of initiatives and opportunities, and also resources that we have as one another to draw from, to draw upon, and to share with one another. And so, it's really gratifying to just be able to do this and be able to have those sorts of dialogues. What we try to do is press beyond the easy definitions and approaches to this really difficult, enormous concept. So in my sort of preparation, I've not got it with me, but I made a list of all of the ways in which decolonisation has been invoked, both in the academy and in the arts. And it's a huge list of, decolonisation of this, decolonisation of that. It's such a long list that we can see that the term itself kind of means everything to everyone and sort of means nothing at all at the same time. And there's a great kind of, you know, there's a great struggle around trying to pin down terms of definition for it and to mobilize the term in some cases, and in other cases throw it out entirely. So, you know, as usual, we're faced with a contested concept, and that's quite typical of the arts and humanities and the visual arts. And we're actually quite well equipped and quite experienced in trying to cope with contested concepts and doing the work of contestation without, if you like, leading to conflict. So that's been really interesting. The work of reframing and resisting, even the term and the way in which the term could be kind of hollowed out or subverted, its critical edge lost or blunted, and the ways in which it can continue to have some sort of resonance and relevance in that way. What we've tried to do in all of this is to sort of foreground lived experiences. And so today, at times, we've talked about a kind of almost a sort of discourse on one side and materiality on the other, I think has come up at some point. A sort of a superstructure and substructure kind of way of organizing, you know, decolonization as discourse, decolonization as structure or change to structures. And I think what we've tried to do is not resolve those differences or that binary, but try to think about how that plays out in the context of visual arts themselves. In other words, how to deal with that complexity and how to, in a kind of humanistic way, to open up this somewhat really kind of weighty theme. We've tried to hold a mirror to the concept itself without trying to sound too complex. In a way, I think what we've done is we've asked simply, how do artists individually and collectively consider decolonial processes? And we've done this really modestly as well. I mean, you'd think that we're talking about an exhibition of, you know, 200 artworks or something. It's not about that at all. It was about just a small step with a handful of artists to do something that we felt would be meaningful, even though on a small scale. And to do that with awareness of our limitations, and to do it thinking about this moment in time and the scope of a project. Okay, I mean, I don't want to go on and on. I really don't. But Rebecca did ask me to talk about one thing, which was my own research. And I'm going to try and be really brief, because at the end of a long day like this, everyone's been very patient. And it seems to have limited relevance, but I want you to be the judge. Most of my work has been on digging where you stand, which is your expression, and to look under the ground, if you like, the ground I stand on in the UK, and to think about its own histories and to think about the contemporary day. But I've also worked on the Caribbean, and that's taken me across the Atlantic, so right the way around the world from here, I suppose. The sort of right at the opposite end. And I don't, as I say, I don't wish to kind of foist this parallel on our discussion. And I sort of wanted maybe you to be a judge of whether or not any of this resonates at all. But I've long held an interest in making like a lasting change in my immediate environment, making public interest in art and in art histories more contemporary, to make it more global, more diverse, and now to decolonize it, so to rid it of its imperialism, to disabuse art history of its racisms and its cultural exclusions. And that often means entering into conversations or starting conversations that are quite uncomfortable for one's interlocutors. So the main focus of my teaching and research and curating is artists of diaspora backgrounds in the UK, so artists of African, Asian and Caribbean backgrounds in particular. And as I say, I've also looked at the Caribbean region itself, and I've spent some time there in places that where there is this spectrum of diversity, much as there is here in the Eastern Caribbean, in Trinidad, in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and in the north coast of South America in Guyana, in the Republic of Guyana. And essentially what I've been doing on the basis of time spent there is to form an understanding of the experiences of diaspora, stories and narratives of migration and displacement that it seems to me kind of offer like a crucial vantage point onto my own experience, but in particular the discipline I work in art history and in the context of contemporary visual arts. And from that vantage point, I feel as though there's a lot to be said about the potential future for kind of public culture in the visual arts as we try to sort of seek to uncover histories and to seek to bring about change, lasting and meaningful change in the sector I work in. Specifically, since there's a kind of theoretical thread or analytic which I've explored, I don't know whether it has much resonance here. I want to say a little bit more about that if I can. Do I have time? 5 minutes, okay. Now, I've explored the idea in my work, and it's a prejudice actually. It's a kind of conceit essentially, that what came to be called the West, its art and its culture is essentially and always ahead. There's a long-running assumption sewn into modernism, of cultural modernism. And obviously this is a completely unacceptable idea, but it seems that it seems to have this kind of enduring presence in the ways in which art history in particular is thought about contemporary and modern art. It's unacceptable not only now, but it was unacceptable all along. And you know, it's not simply of kind of a matter of like older ideas that were considered reasonable that now become sort of the target for criticism and need to be thrown out. I've asked the question, how have artists of the global south and its diasporas responded to this strange kind of equation of over there with back then? In other words, a kind of spatial temporal imagination within the Western centric discipline like art history that has categorized the wider world and its art. And in place of that, what kind of new arbiters of value, what new sort of frameworks of thinking, what new approaches and methods and so on, does this kind of unbearable weight of history demand? What's the appropriate response to a really inappropriate past? And I think that's where we're sort of stuck. What's the appropriate response to a wholly unacceptable or unacceptable history or histories, to these legacies of inequality and racism, inequity, silence, you know, psychic terror, dehumanization, and so on? And is that all just too much for the arts to bear? And this is ultimately the kind of curatorial quandary. Are we just, is it a dereliction of duty to hand this problem over to the visual arts and to ask artists to sort this out? And that, if you like, that question opens up to most of the other work I've done, because this sounds like generically like somebody who's just imbibed a kind of post-colonial doctrine and is criticizing a historical discipline, art history. Is it simply too much to ask art to respond to this, to deal with this? Are we making art do work that we should be doing ourselves? Are we instrumentalizing the arts And what kind of harm are we doing to artists, if you like? We're placing that responsibility on them. I think one response that Rebecca and I found to that kind of question, against a kind of wall of noise and sort of turmoil, is to try to just do something quite modest there, and not to overload art practices with this sort of burden of responsibility to be critical and to issue a kind of, a response to the academy and solve all the ills of the world and so on. Not, it was about getting that balance right, so that we didn't either underestimate what the arts could do, nor did we overburden them, but nor did we set an agenda. And that's very much, I think, what we've tried to achieve, is to give and enable and give space and to enable artists, in this case, simply to present what they wanted to present, and not to prescribe and sort of impose with our theme. So I'm going to close there, if that's all right, and say thanks again. And I'm hoping there's still time and energy maybe for some discussion and questions. And let's not forget the artists who are in the room too. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for both of our speakers. Yes, questions? 1, 2, 3. Enough. Okay, wait, sorry. So let's just cover the 3 rounds. Let's collect questions. Is it okay? Yes? Okay, Aladdin, Yunus, Dr. Mako. Can we collect questions instead of one by one? Or which one do you prefer? One by one. Okay, then Aladdin first.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. My question is to Prof. Farid. Prof, my question is about avoiding to using the Eurocentric term using, like for example, Southeast Asia. Okay, Southeast Asia is Eurocentric, right? So from my experience, when I wanted to write something about Southeast Asia, I wanted to use like Malay world. It can be a big problem because, like for example, when I wanted to send that article to Indonesia, they are preferring to use Nusantara, but in Malaysia, they want to use the Malay world. Or in my country, when I said, okay, I am like doing research about Malay world, most of people just thinking just Malaysia, not coming to Indonesia. So I think also the local editors or reviewers or academics cannot create a common alternative using to put instead of Eurocentric term. So you have any, or I don't know, what can we do? Or we still use the Eurocentric term?
Yeah, this is a perennial problem. Sometimes the word is just a word. Is it Freud, I think, said cigar, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. But sometimes the word can play havoc with our minds, right? Sometimes the choice of the word is more aesthetic. I don't like the word Southeast Asia, because to me Southeast Asia, not just because it's a colonial construct, it's the Americans really promoted the idea after the Second World War. I also don't like it because it refers to to a set of countries that have no sense of commonality. To me, the Malay world makes more sense because there is a sense of, Malay is the lingua franca of the region, and the idea of Nusantara, is hundreds of years old. But then, if our problem is we feel sometimes we need to conform to the so-called international standards because we're publishing in those journals, right? And the majority of journals are published in English and are published by a few publishers, Sage, Elsevier, Taylor and Francis, British mainly, right? So, and we have opted to to be coerced in this manner. Because we have opted to join the ranking regime, and that includes journal ranking, which means we have to publish in English in these journals. So it's our fault. Otherwise, if we can't be bothered with the ranking, and we say to our staff, to our academic staff, that it makes no difference whether you publish in English or Malay or Tamil or Chinese, you are going to be assessed based on the quality of your work and not where you publish and what journals you publish, right? It's up to us to do that if we want to, but we don't. So then we are forced to conform. Sometimes you have to conform for the sake of being able to publish. I just wanted to point out that the choice of terms sometimes is very important because it results in a distortion of understanding. Recently, see, I watch HGTV a lot. You know HGTV? You don't know? Yeah, missing out a lot. It's home and garden television. Okay, anyone knows HGTV? Yeah, you do, huh? Then the other one I watch is what's it called? I think it's Lifestyle. But there's a particular show. Justine Schofield, I think. She does Malaysian cuisine. It's a cooking show. Okay. Now, recently on Malaysian cuisine, anyone knows that show? No. Very interesting. She was, I think, maybe in Sarawak, somewhere in Malaysia, and she was cooking outdoors, and she was cooking. She was making rojak. But interesting. Here's the issue of terminology. She called it fruit salad. Now, it's not the danger of this. Is not just it's a different term. The problem is it reorients the way people think about the dish, because in Malay cuisine, in Malaysian cuisine in general, we don't make a distinction. Our understanding of fruit is different, right? For example, rojak, which is a mix of what does rojak have in it? It has pineapple, but they're not fruits. For example, you see, fruits in Western, I guess in Western cuisine, fruit is something you eat after dinner, right? It's not, for example, most of the time you don't cook fruits, right? But for us, for example, what's that thing called, pineapple? We make pineapple curry, right? We make many dishes with fruits. Nangka, for example, or jackfruit. We make savory dishes with that, right? Rojak is not fruit salad, although it has what in the West is called fruits, right? It is part of the main course. It's not a fruit salad that you eat after. So the choice of the term can distort the understanding of those who don't know what rojak is. So terminology, is can be very important. As the saying goes, well, in this case, a cigar may not be a cigar, just a cigar, right? Yeah.
I want to ask a question to Prof. Farid, and I want to ask that the relationship between the capitalism and art paradox. And yesterday we visited the exhibitions, and the next site of the exhibitions we see that the luxury products, jewelry, like this kind of things. But other sides we see that how colonizations created the exploitations and exploited labor and this kind of the things. And in the very small space we can see easily so much paradox. One side is luxury products, the another side is colonialism, exploitation. For instance, my next slide is that the table shows that how capitalism and urbanizations emerge and how companies establish in the KLCC. Therefore, I'm trying to ask, the paradox always continue in capitalist development idea during the colonial time and until today. And also, this is not very small space. This paradox we can see easily is everywhere. And my question is that, and also after the 1980s, the neoliberal economic policies, the creating the big capital accumulations, and these groups funding the arts and also sometimes supporting the inequality, violence, climate change, but so instrumental way. We are just observing, but the observing is not creating so much the resistance against this kind of the things. For instance, the Palestinian case and the watermelon as a part of the symbol of the Free Palestine, but this is not creating the enough resistance, and the capital and the big companies or the few hands to and power know this kind of the things. My question is that, of course, this is not easy answer. How to fix this kind of the paradox between capital and art, or between capital and decolonization?
Yeah, it's for you. I think Leon can answer it better. Yeah, definitely. But maybe can you clarify what you mean by the paradox? What is the paradox you're talking about?
Yesterday we visited the one exhibitions room, and the exhibitions room show how to, and the workers come to Malaysia and the land cleansing and this kind of things. But another room show that how to luxury products, jewelry, and different class relations in the same place, and also this paradox in small space. But we can easily observe that almost all part of the world is kind of the paradox, and both sides is the art, both sides is the exhibitions, but the interpretation of art and the focusing in the different class, different relations, and I'm trying to understand how to fix this kind of the paradox between capital and art.
No, but I don't see the paradox. I mean, this is a perfectly normally functioning capitalist society with all its inequalities, right? And what capitalism does is you have an ideological, instrumental use of art and literature to advance certain interests, right? So,
but the paradox emerging that the big fundings, especially after the 1980s, supporting the inequality, poverty, and the gender issues, but also this is the main sources of the creating these problems. This means these problems showing in the art centers to this is our problems, but also this is the main sources of these problems. This is the main paradox.
You've got a brilliant way of putting it. So the shifting from paradox to contradiction, what essentially what Syed's saying is the contradiction is actually not felt. It comes back to your closing remark about performativity. So if the arts is a space of, where we voice anti-capitalist messages, for example, and yet it's completely suffused, entirely suffused in what you've called efficient, like normal capitalistic relationships, and so art is a product of that system, and you go so far as to say the extension of the commodity form is into the artist, him or herself, and they are produced by the very same system, and we wouldn't have even a performance of an anti-capitalist view on art if it weren't for the capitalist system that furnishes it. And so why is the contradiction not felt, I think, is the question. Yeah, it's not what do you do with the paradox. It's about how would the contradiction be felt, and how would the contradiction reach a point where it might make actually a material difference. So a good example, concrete example of this, Rebecca and I are talking about the Venice, the biennial system, for example. And I think Kate and I were talking about this as well, that if you go to an international art fair or biennial today, you'll find there's lots of anti-capitalist kind of messages that you might take away from the art. There's a lot of eco-critical, a lot of awareness of the environmental destruction, damage, climate change, destruction of species extinction and so on. But the actual process of visiting the shows, putting the art together, the people who buy it, all of that is part of the very same problem that's being narrated and indicated and indexed in the, in these works of art. And Venice is a good example of this. It's where I've spent some time, where we have a fragile lagoon ecosystem in a place that suffers over tourism, 30 million tourists a year, onto a grouping of islands of about 4 square miles, something like that. The numbers actually apparently are quite similar. Was it Jacob telling me this? To the numbers of tourist visitors to Malaysia per year, which is something in the region of, is it 26 million? 20 odd million a year. And so there's 30 million tourists in a space, it's very small area. And so why is the contradiction not felt? And surely, and that's the question. And what to do in response? You know, if you love art and you hear the message, maybe you shouldn't contribute to its problems. There are massive inequalities in the arts as well. You think of all the precarious labor, all the temporary labor and efforts that go into, all the unpaid labor and low-paid labor that go into the visual arts, maybe we shouldn't participate in it at all. But I think the seed or the germ of an idea is still there that could carry into other adjacent sectors and could come to take root and make sense in other ways. And so all those ideas of freedom and so on are there. Certainly the defunding of the arts away from the fossil fuel companies and so on is certainly something that the public have begun to call for a lot more in the sponsorship of major art museums, galleries, biennials, and so on. And I think that could make a difference. So there could be a site of protest as you kind of try to defund the arts, at the same time as calling for alternative funding models that don't rely on private investment and aren't to do with the prestige models. But ultimately, I think it's about an attitude, you know, away from the prestige model of the individual artist and the star system, or the star system around the individual curators, or the star system around individual spaces of arts, whether that's, you know, the centrism that's implied by even invoking the word Venice and its biennials. Yeah. And to think about collaboration and think about alternative ways in which people can come together through the visual arts, the ways in which audiences can relate to art differently, instead of simply being an audience. Maybe they could be more active participants in creative communities, and so on and so forth. In other words, you know, the ways in which alternative postures and forms of organization might come to transform the arts and might bring out those contradictions and help and hope to confront them and resist them more head on. So the attitudes of listening, which we've heard about from Kate and others today, attitudes of seeing, of asking and wondering, that try to nourish a field where kind of gestures go from being performative to being actual acts, and at the same time where there's a certain amount of realism about that and a certain amount of pragmatism about that too. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I have many questions to both of the professors, but I have one question, the same question, but maybe different perspective. How do you think about historical injustice and the local community or the conception? For example, as you already explained, Professor Farid, and so Christopher Columbus is not a hero anymore in the history. For the local people in Latin American area, and they brought massacre or smuggling and trafficking and a lot of sexual disease or something like that. So it's a kind of starting point of tragedy. So if Western side thing and different, but now even in Western world, and Columbus is not a hero anymore. So, and in that case, when you look back, the colonization by British Empire in Malaya, how do you consider about that kind of what to say, transformation. And can you find, and forget about the Japanese occupation because I know it's really cruel and tragedy. So I know well. So, and how about the British Empire and British colonial officer or whatever you mentioned about Winstead and other people. But if somebody become like a, the bad person after the process of the post-colonial or the decolonization discussion. So if you can find, please tell me. And about art, and I'm always curious, like Picasso's Guernica is always a symbol of peace, right? And so, but if you are thinking about like a music, like Wagner's Valkyrie or something, only because Hitler loved that. So it's not fault of Wagner, but anyway, and so that's why, and and the German people or sometimes other people also think that Wagner is rather pro-Hitler thing. Yes. So do you think that after colonization, like a post-colonization or decolonization, can you find somebody, some art stuff, and even the classic music or even the artistic, like a painting or something, and do you find something and which people think that, oh, it's totally different in their values? Yes, if you have any.
Right. Yeah. So historical injustice. About Malaysian case. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, so the Malaysian case is not. Each colonial experience is different, right? Columbus was. I mean, he wasn't a nice man. Yeah. I mean, when he arrived in what's it called? Haiti. When he arrived in Haiti, when they got off the boat, according to the the accounts, they were seeing ingots, what do you call it, silver, all over the place in the water, and then the orang asli there, the Taino people, they were using it on their bodies, decoration, like jewelry, but it had no financial value for them. It was just something they used. So these Spaniards were shocked, right? And they were so. I think Columbus' boat was sinking. The ship was sinking, and he was rescued by the Taino, by these people. So Columbus wrote back to Isabella, Queen Isabella, and said, "These people are so nice. They are so kind. They are so helpful. It will be easy for us to enslave them, and collect the silver." So they tried to enslave. The Spaniards tried to enslave them, and those who didn't agree, they were massacred. In a very cruel way, not just simply killed, but they cut their noses off, they cut their ears off. It was horrible. So here in Malaya, we did not experience that, right? But for me, what decolonization means, in a very broad sense, two things. One is that we need to understand what the British, how they constructed us. We need to understand, for example, the construction of our society, Malay, Chinese, Indian, others, MCIO. Right? This is from the British, right? The rigidity of the ethnic groups, and that the post-colonial elite internalize that construction. There are alternative constructions. We have to not to imagine that this is an objective reality carved in stone, that you have Malays, Chinese, Indians, and others. I mean, this is it's just a colonial construction that we have inherited and rigidified. We have to understand also the function of this this construction. It's basically it's divide and rule in the British period, and it continues to be divide and rule today, because Malaysians think in ethnic terms, we vote in ethnic terms, and the ruling elite, the alliance of capitalists, of Malay, Chinese capital, want us to think in ethnic terms. They do not want the Malaysians, the population, to vote in terms of class, because then that would be the end of Malay supremacy. And it would probably also make a dent in terms of the power of Chinese capital. So we have to understand the function of the colonial legacy. It's not only for academic reasons to decolonize, but it also affects politics, right? So there is the reason to decolonize is not just to change our Eurocentric way of thinking, but it is also to change the Eurocentricity of the world itself, right? To the extent that the elite of various types, political as well as others, have inherited the colonial legacy. Decolonization also includes, changing the political landscape. But there are also other ways in which decolonization results. There are also other consequences of decolonization. For example, you have reparations movement, which is happening, in various parts of the world. It's admittedly a very weak movement, but it's an interesting idea. And there's also legal reckoning to come, right? For example, the ICJ rulings against the Israelis, and perhaps also those countries that are held to be complicit, or at least certain leaders that are complicit. There are possibilities, at least legally speaking, theoretically speaking, there are possibilities for legal action. The precedents would be the Nuremberg trials. So I think in terms of acting, practicing decolonization, not just decolonizing the mind, not just decolonizing theory or discourse, but decolonizing the world itself, we have quite a long way to go.
Thanks very much. That's a really good question, by the way. So you've got me thinking here. It's really difficult, isn't it, to see a Picasso or listen to Yeoh Wagner without being struck by, without your experience being coloured by the ways in which those creative individuals have been held, right, and how they've become canonized as, the big names that they are. An alternative, which is, art that's yet to be canonized, may never be canonized, is the art in this, here in the exhibition, that doesn't pivot on the grand gesture of a Picasso canvas or a great, orchestral production like Wagner, and is about something much more intimate in its relationship with its viewers, and is also historical, and yet also historical of our contemporary moment. And so it's also very much in dialogue with all these sort of surrounding ideas, which obviously is not what Wagner in its day nor Picasso ever really enjoyed, which is the opportunity to bring together an audience and debate those works in a let's say an intelligent and balanced way at the moment of their first presentation. So that's very striking. Syed had talked about Jacob's work and some of the ways in which he plays with contradiction, and there's always light and shade. Of course, it's there in Picasso and it's there in Wagner, but a particular kinds of complexities that come out in, for example, Jacob's work, were quite instructive for the discussions that we heard this morning around art and craft, for example. I was surprised that Jacob's works weren't mentioned almost immediately in relation to that, and a binary that comes about and persists, but has actually really little meaning in the context of contemporary art. No one is policing the boundary between fine art and craft in the field of contemporary art today, and we were shown clear examples of that today with Shazia Sikandar and so many others. And no one, I think, is also wedded to an idea of art versus artifact, which was a preoccupation much debated in art circles and in museum practice in the 1980s with Susan Vogel's landmark exhibition in New York around art and artifact. And certainly none of the European academies are invested in an idea of the artist on the one hand and the artisan on the other, which, by the way, was never to do with the trained artist and the untrained artist, but was about class difference within the European Academy. And so these are all kind of like quite anachronistic, sort of, no one's particularly invested in these boundaries. And that is very, very clear when you look at Jacob's series, that he's dissolving that boundary. He's thinking even about beauty in relation to pollution. And, which is a bit of a sacred cow, to be honest, to introduce the idea of beauty in relation to pollution is really, I think, to get us to take a big step back and stop moralizing about environmental destruction, and to really start kind of to look again and with new eyes. I mean, I could go through each one of the works in the show to tell you why they are not Picasso and not Wagner, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. Rupesh, we heard just earlier about that work, which is both a kind of aggrandizement of an idea of Western education, and also a kind of a way of ridiculing that. These massive frames around these little A4, certificates, the ambivalence that Rupesh and so many others, I'm sure, feel towards that. And how, in a sense, how we've been hearing about in a decolonial register, it's an ambivalence that doesn't just sit within a kind of post-colonial agonistic kind of tradition, but is something that presents a sort of several different points of view that we're thinking about at the same time in a way that's quite dignified. It's not self-ridicule on the part of the artist or on the part of Rebecca Yeoh, who's given one of those certificates. It's kind of settled, it's dignified, it's coexisting. It's not agonistic, but it's kind of lived. And that's the relationship to this idea of Western education. It's interesting as well, looking from within the context of UK higher education, that it's very sweet and it's quite touching that a certificate from a UK higher education institution is still regarded with such, reverence, knowing, what's going on, being more aware of what's going on in our sector. Kate's nodding a little bit, where, a sector that's kind of destroying itself or being destroyed and has been marketized with the use of through the reliance, if not an over-reliance, on the quote-unquote Asian student market coming to the UK. So that's something as well that, I think is very clear. Yeah. You'll bring down UK higher education. Yeah, well, and Eurocentrism will prevail because, of course, the market is a market with the United States, with Canada, and so many other countries. And also, by the way, it's not about English because, of course, that's also the medium, both of instruction, but for research degrees and so on, in other countries around Europe and so many other places in the world, right? With the Netherlands, Germany, Italy as well, and so on. You've talked about Anna Safandi's work, again, not Picasso nor Wagner, refreshingly, which is about erasure and commoditization. So there's certain things from the past which are lost and done away with, and certain things which are elevated and commoditized. And his mapping of, heritage, of the landscape, of an idea of nature, a sort of reification of nature, is really a tourism as well. Is all really kind of cogent and key. Boon and Kai Ting's work around the destruction of nature, I think, is really clear. The eradication of an idea of nature through its replication and replacement in concrete form, literally set in concrete. And what we end up with is both a kind of commentary on the plantation no-scene, the destruction of the planet through, as we've said, extractivist, expansionist ideas of capital, which result in the banana plantation, the banana economy, and so on. But it's ultimately it's destruction, because they're just lying there like bones, almost like, you know, fossils, dinosaur bones. And what they've succeeded in doing ultimately, materially, is defamiliarizing those objects. So if at first you don't recognize them as bananas, you'd be forgiven. You know, the more you look at them, they look less and less like organic forms, and start looking more like a comment on nature rather than the representation of nature. Those aren't leaves, you know, they are synthetic. That's wire. It's not meant to look like anything. It's literally just those materials themselves. And finally, with Ida Razor's performance, I felt that the word ritual, which is a word I know that anthropologists don't really want to use anymore, as we heard today, again, we're reminded of that today, is actually a really crucial word, because the ritual of performance art is essentially, I think, the ritual that was performed yesterday. Performance art, which presents itself in this commodity form as this fleeting, unique, one-off experience, you had to be there, and so on and so forth, is also endlessly repeated. I've no doubt that Ida's wonderful performance yesterday is one of many, many wonderful performances of a similar, perhaps even similar kind that she's given over time. And again, she used humor, and she used her own body to think about those questions of silence that we've talked about today, and embodiment, in relation to, at the same time, ideas of power, in particular colonial discipline. And, you know, there was the moment, I think, when she made us, many of us, feel really unnerved, if not sort of terrified, as she kind of produced the cane and then started to reproduce the idea of a kind of a colonial lesson, where she was both terrifying us and both and demanding trust at the same time. And that was really striking, really brave, and I think actually ultimately really funny. So there we go. That's why those works are important historical works, and they're not Picasso, and they're not Wagner.
There are 2, 3 more questions. Good God. I think you, Dr. Kit, you want to ask some? Oh, that's all right. Okay. So, sir, and then maybe one more, and then we close.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so just a quick one. When you say reframe and resist, right? Would you say that means? Does that imply that there would be a need for a shift in paradigm when you're looking at a subject like decolonization, right? And if so, how do you address like decentralizing knowledge, but also maintain academic rigor into your studies, right? And that's for Mr. Leon, and for Professor Farid, I would say I would like to ask how would a truly decolonized art curriculum, how would it look like without any use of tokenism or token inclusion, right? Yeah. Those are the 2 questions.
Okay, please.
Thanks very much. I'm really tempted to call Rebecca forward to try and answer your question. I mean, certainly what we haven't done there with this exhibition is implied that we're going to chuck out one paradigm and find another, because that's kind of part of that would imply a kind of an industrial approach, I think, to curating and art production. Resisting the temptation to repeat history is probably the short answer. Reframing the concept by allowing artists to inflect and interpose themselves in what is already a very weighty and lively and problematic kind of field of interest around the decolonial. So I'd say there's no specificity about that, but what we've tried to do is signal something about a process that takes place through the making of an exhibition, the making of art to put into that exhibition, a performance that went with the opening of the exhibition and a kind of afterlife for the exhibition. On the point about the curriculum, I know it wasn't a question for me, but I mean, there's the word you used in relation to monuments and renaming streets and so on was erasure, which was being used quite a lot by the reactionary and conservative voices certainly in the UK, where I'm from, to try to resist change in the area of trying to address the sins and omissions and the horrors of the colonial period with regard to, for example, history of plantation slavery by the removal of those who profited or profiteers from the transatlantic system of plantation slavery. And the horror of, you know, erasing a past is obviously a conservative kind of a conservative pathology, if you like. And it's been interesting to see artists responding to that by saying, actually, some of them, artists of color, saying, actually, leave the monuments up, leave the names in place as a reminder of this. And what we'll do instead is, by way of indirection, we'll propose, we'll intervene in another way, in a more indirect and more meaningful way. So it's not a question, as students will often ask, do you leave the monuments up? Do you take them down? Do you leave the name in place? Do you take it out? It's not about that do or not do, but it's about a kind of how do you respond. And it's very much as you suggested, on a case-by-case basis. Some things are just abominable and should go, but others could remain and could persist as a useful reminder if we only reframe them in a certain fashion and intervene in a certain way through juxtaposition or through reproduction or through annotation or public debate. We can actually learn from those things rather than there's no iconoclastic impulse here simply to tear everything down because it belongs to the past. And it's a past that we find unacceptable, and so they have to go the same way. And so there's a kind of a spectrum of alternatives, and a similar kind of binary starts to pertain with the question of a relevant kind of decolonial, curriculum. So you pull out the Shakespeares and you put in the Shoyinkas, right? As if there's a kind of it basically engenders the same kind of anxiety in the reactionary and conservative quarter, where you say, well, look, you've gone and for pragmatic reasons you've taken one thing out and you've put in another. A much more decolonial curriculum could still be had with the strong inclusion of the Shakespeares and so on, of the canon. It's just the manner in which you're studying them, as we've heard about today, and the attitude that you adopt in response to them, and so on and so forth. And so that kind of mechanistic kind of idea that substitution is going to somehow solve the matter. And we heard that again with languages today. This whole English and not English, Malay or not Malay. Well, why can't you have both? What's wrong with translation? And the translation is the work that the colonial authorities in a way couldn't do, and you're all empowered in many ways, possessing these languages to be able to move between these different worlds of language and occupy and create new positions and new worlds out of them. And that seems to me inherently decolonial in a really transformative way.
So on curriculum, I think one thing that we need to understand is that decolonization of knowledge is very complex. And I think, you know, we don't really understand that. I didn't have the time to discuss the details, but, you know, very briefly, decolonization, there is first of all critique of Eurocentrism, of colonial knowledge, of coloniality of knowledge. And why do I say it's complex? We have 500 years of anti-colonial thought, anti-European colonial thought, right? 500 years, if we take 1492 as the beginnings of European colonization. So since the 16th century till today, you have, you know, what, 4 or 5 centuries of anti-colonial thought. And that anti-colonial thought is that there is a great variety of it. And that variety is determined by geography, is determined by the type of colonialism, British, French, Portuguese, Dutch, and so on. It's also determined by the type of colonialism in terms of whether it's settler colonialism, internal colonialism, semi-colonialism, plantation, extractive colonialism. And each type of colonialism had yielded a different type of critique. For example, plantation colonialism in Malaya and Indonesia, the critique was about economic exploitation, colonial capitalism. Settler colonialism, the critique is about genocide, about ethnic cleansing and so on. South Africa, Israel, Australia, and so on and so forth, right? So there's that complexity. And then the complexity in terms of who is doing the anti-colonial thought. The colonized during the colonial period, right? Or people like us living, the ancestors of the colonized, right? Or what about the colonizer doing anti-colonial thought? In our region, the famous example, can anyone think of an example? Most famous European critique of colonization from our region. Huh? George? Oh, no. Okay. But actually, but he doesn't, I mean during the colonial period. But George Galloway is a good example. I'm thinking of Multatuli. Multatuli, right? Very, very interesting, yeah? Multatuli wrote a novel called Max Havelaar. He was a colonial officer. His name was Edward Douwes Dekker, Dutch colonial officer. His pen name was Multatuli. And he was a strong, in principle, not against, he wasn't for ending colonialism, but he was very critical of colonial policy, and his works were used by people in the anti-colonial movement. Right? So that itself, the critique of Eurocentrism, is something, is an enormous task, right? Even just for our region. So that's critique. And then you have the business of construction, constructing new knowledge itself, which is very complex. In my own work, I make the distinction between reconstruction, dealing with European themes, but doing reinterpretation. As opposed to original construction is where you deal with themes that you do not find in Euro-American scholarship, social science. Entirely new themes, new concepts, new ideas. So it's an enormous task. And you can imagine, you know, how the curriculum in the various disciplines has to be rewritten. You talk about art. I cannot talk about art curriculum. I am not qualified. But I can talk about how art can be used in the teaching of the social sciences as we decolonize. I myself, you know, when I teach sociological theory, I use art, I use music, I use literature. And when we talk about the canon, you mentioned Picasso, and you can mention other you know, Wagner. You can mention who I was thinking of. Who was I thinking of? You know, the famous Rembrandt and all right, all very well known. But interesting, how many Malaysians have heard of Juan Luna? How many Malaysians have heard of Juan Luna? Okay, I mean non who are outside of the field of arts, right? You may not be involved in art, or you know, your field may not be art, but you would have heard of Rembrandt. You would have heard of Van Gogh and so on and so forth. but you would not have heard of Juan Luna, which is ridiculous. I mean, it's a reflection of our education. Or Raden Saleh, right? These are icons. Juan Luna was the Filipino living at the same time as Jose Rizal. And his art adopted the Western form, but it was decidedly anti-colonial in terms of its content. Same thing with Raden Saleh, right? Raden Saleh is well known for his painting of the arrest of Diponegoro, the guy who fought the Java Wars against the Dutch. So, in the way, in the decolonial way, since we take a decolonial position by saying that we do not recognize the distinction between art and science in terms of making truth claims. So, art makes truth claims, literature makes truth claims in a poetic way rather than in the way of induction and deduction, which is a scientific way. But you can learn as much about society, about colonial society from half a minute through art. So we're using art, we use literature, we use music. I have to end on this point because we were talking about rock artists in the morning, right? One of my favorite rock artists is Led Zeppelin. Now, Led Zeppelin has got, there is a song, a piece that I use in teaching to teach about decolonizing knowledge. It's called The Battle of Evermore, right? If we have time, you can listen to it when you have time. The Battle of Evermore is a brilliant combination of English folk form with the Indian rag. So it's performed sung by Robert Plant. Jimmy Page plays the mandolin, and I think her name is Najwa Akhtar. She's a British Indian singer. And what I tell my students is that is how knowledge production should be, combining different intellectual traditions. And it's done in food. It's done in music. And we do not. There's demand for it. We want our cuisine, we want our music to be fusion in this sense, right? But yet we do not demand this in knowledge creation. So that's where the arts, I think, come in. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Those of you who still have questions, please approach them personally. I'm so sorry because it's almost 5.
Thank you, Ruby. Thank you to both our last speakers, Prof. Farid and Prof. Leon. Well, sorry. Okay, so I just wanted to address the last question before I end, which is Pasha's question on using art as the title Reframe Resist and how we look at it as decentralization of knowledge, right? I think one really important element to realize within the exhibition itself, especially Boon and Kai Ting's installation, they work with communities, and I think that's a very important aspect in arts where we may not look at as intellectuals if we are not anthropologists or archaeologists working with other communities. We tend to just look at text or look at images and look at historical archives, and even archives can be biased, right? We spend hours and hours in the archives and we realize that, wait, this is not even my story written in the British archives about my country. So that's very important, being able to work with communities, being able to give communities the voice and not our own voice and our own perspectives of something. Even as a curator for this exhibition, I think I have to admit that we have an open call. We had this conversation, right, Leon? We had an open call. Artists respond to it, and then the both of us sort of have no say on where they want to go with this anymore, because what they have proposed is what we have accepted, and then they would run with it. And what Boon and Kai Ting and all the other artists have done is that they have taken their perspectives and we are giving voice to them. And another important element of art exhibitions or art is that they can carry conversations that we cannot do today in this room. You can go into the exhibition and you may interpret it in various different ways, but we will have our own interpretations and we're sharing that with you today, and that is our perspective. So that's why I spend a lot of time curating, or I have an interest in curating, because these are the stories that we cannot actually say without the visualization of what's inside the gallery. So yeah, with that, I want to thank everyone for coming today. And also, please do not forget the feedback form. We really need your feedback for our reporting at the end. And I'm also reminded to announce a few things. On the 18th and 19th of September, there will be 2 film screenings with panel discussions that will be happening under the Living History Project, which we are seated by. So please follow their Instagram page for more information. There is also a talk next week about the Orang Asli communities, more about their land rights and what they're actually battling with Bah Tony, one of the lawyer activists for Orang Asli rights. Yes, once again, thank you to British Council for funding our project, Harta and Asia We for supporting us, and also the Living History Project. They are the ones behind the cameras here today. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a good evening. Please don't forget food. Thank you.